There we go. We are live.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Yay! Everybody sounds so nice. So, yay! Live letter. 4 hours of fun.
uh, your voice got kind of shaky. You're fun.
Look, don't judge my life. Like, I love the live letters. So, I'm excited about this one because this is all the job changes. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to cry National Loading again.
well, yeah, there's that, but I'm curious about across the board because you know I like playing around with all the different jobs, so this should be fun to watch and see all the nice little changes and everything that's gonna happen and what new and exciting spells and abilities we're going to see.
And hotbar rearranging. Yay!
Look, every time that we have an
Yay.
expansion, I embrace the fact that you're gonna at least spend a good hour changing your hotbars around. So,
Log in. First thing you do? Okay, let's see what got replaced.
yep,
What's gonna come up next?
yep,
Preemptively play stuff.
that's pretty much what it is. Whatever your main class is, you're gonna go through the story with. That's the hotbar you're gonna focus on first, and then after that, you're just kind of gonna start playing around with all the other ones and make the changes as necessary. So I am I'm ready for it. So ready for it.
I'm not.
I mean
Never ready.
I'm not ready. Like I just kind of accept my fate. I just accept the reality of it. Is that your hot bar savage is coming. Be prepared. I mean, nice thing about it though, at least the night before they always do like a nice little rundown live letter kind of deal where they kind of review all the changes that's getting ready to happen as soon as you log in. So, kind of follow
True.
along. You know, really good thing to go through is to go to the job guide.
Yeah,
14's,
usually they would do that.
yep, do 14's job guide and pull it up and see the changes that were made, like live. So you at least have an idea of like what abilities used to be and then what it got changed to and potency changes and things of that nature if your rotation has changed now. So I mean,
Hmm.
you kind of just got to be prepared for it.
I guess I can be. That's all I'm gonna say. Still crying National Loading. I just I just wanted to do the job right. It is my favorite healer class.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, it got gutted in Shadowbringers. So I'm hoping to go gentle with it this time. I mean, it's gonna be a pure healer, which I guess people who play Sec are happy about. But I hope that because it's going pure healer, that it makes it at least on par with White Mage. Not saying it has to be like White Mage, but at least on par with it. Because this is my stance. Stormblood Astro was best Astro. So
Fishing was awesome.
it really
I,
was. So
I, I say that with a little bit of sarcasm, is it for anybody that's like trying to figure out why I said that? It's just that I mean, Stormblood Astro was good. Don't get me wrong. I like Stormblood Astro. You get adjusted to Shadowbringer Astro. Um, I mean, but the reality of the situation is the fishing was strong in the Stormblood. So, I would say, if anything, it's one of those. if you ever hear people talk about Stormblood Astro and then they're talking about, oh man, balance was good, balance was so wonderful, spirit was so wonderful, they were the Fishers. So, I mean, the fishing was real. And I could
I mean,
completely
beside, like I
understand.
said, beside the fishing, the job itself was in a good place. Like I said, if they only would have changed the cards as far as making them all a damage buff, but still kind of kept like that little bit of effect with the different cards. Okay, well, this card does this and this card does, oh, it extends or it spreads or something like that. I would have been happy with it, but they pretty much just kind of took it away and reworked the whole thing. So, okay, well, now you're fishing for seals. So it's
Hi,
like,
Multi
okay,
Muse
so you went from one fishing
Passphrase.
game to another one.
Thank you for the follow.
Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Thank you.
Why are the alerts not coming up? No, I mean it's understandable why. Yeah, but I can also understand why they didn't do that either. Um, just because it makes a little bit more sense not to have um. It makes a lot of sense not to have them like that too, though. I mean, you really couldn't make the changes for the cards and still have the effects. And I guess in a sense, it took away the whole you're not going to be fishing. So I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, yeah, we're not fishing for balances. They're not fishing for balances in spheres anymore. Now they're fishing for seals. You freaking pull three bowls back to back or three sun seals back to back. You just kind of staring at your deck like I can't stand you right now. Like, but why?
I mean,
So you went from one fishing game to another one.
yeah, but at
So
least I mean, but at least you get to a point where you're like, yeah, even if you still get to see them though. I mean, there's still some kind of effects for that. So there is that. I mean, but we'll see. Like I said, the yeah, I would say in the beginning of Shadowbringers, it wasn't that well off.
it was painful.
So, I mean, I can completely and totally understand. But I mean, at the end of the day, though, I mean, I think they made as they made the changes, I think they legitimately got into a good place. They
No,
weren't like not doable, but
no. I mean, they did. They had to. They really had to go in and work on Astro.
mm-hmm.
Like it's the end result. I was like, yes, I can play it. I can do very well on it. But when it first started, it was painful. I was like, please don't let me get home ice to switch anymore as a freaking Astro because it hurt. Because you, it's like, especially if I didn't have my usual tank with me, and
Mm-hmm.
it would be a random tank that's like brand new, thinking, oh, I can wall to wall pull. I'd be like, oh, sweet baby Hydrant. Well, my MP. Let me put more piety on my gear, please.
Oh.
Like that, it was a struggle. It really was. Like because I did white mage in Astro,
Mm-hmm.
so white mage fared a lot better in my opinion because they have a little bit more of a toolkit. Like I can't think divine what is it, divine benison, like the little shield. Like at least white mage gets that at what, 69, 70. Like they
Mm-hmm.
have that much earlier on. I think Astro doesn't get like their similar ability to like 70 plus.
All
I
right.
can't remember exactly when, but it feels like we didn't have that much of like a, as far as a better toolkit to help defend against stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like at the beginning of Shadowbringers.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little bit of a struggle until later on you start getting a few more stuff. You're like, okay, it feels a bit more comfy, but this potency need to be adjusted. Like, please. And that was like one of the main things. It was just kind of like the potency kind of killed me on it because it was a bit of a struggle.
I mean,
But
I
like I said, but now it's good. It's comfy because we got the much later gear, the either crafted tonestones or raid gear. So
mm-hmm.
it's comfy, very comfy now. It's just I want like I just really want to see how Astro is gonna be and hope it doesn't get screwed over too bad because they're basically not reworking the whole job, but they do have to put a bit of work into it. I
Right.
won't say I won't say all of the healing jobs won't have any work done to them, but it feels like Astro may have like a good piece of chunk of work that's gonna have to get done to it because it's going to be just a pure healer now. And we don't know how Sage is yet, so we gonna see. I'm not a shield healer type. I can't plan ahead of time.
Well, I don't think it's gonna be bad. I think, like I said, Astro did have a lot that was worked on it for Shadowbringers, and then I think in the end it got some improvements to it was a lot more playable than it was uh when Shadowbringers first dropped. So I mean, and this is just somebody that's like that does kind of take those kind of stuff into like higher tier content. So I mean, yeah, it should be interesting to see it as completely a pure healer. Just to see some of the changes and everything, but I mean, I don't think it's in a like completely bad place. I think it could be better, but I don't think it's in a really bad place per se. But we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. I can't wait for it. Oh, we got about 17 minutes before it
I
starts.
know. That's why I'm like super excited.
I'm actually on the fence about if I wanted to try Reaper. It looks really cool, but it's funny because I haven't done a melee job. I think my highest melee job is like level 38.
hmm
I have never been comfortable in melee.
Um, you know what? It depends on the melee. I will say I'm not super comfortable with things like maybe monk as a melee. Ninja, I'm not that comfortable with. I would love to be able to learn it better and to do it better, but it's a job that I love, but I'm not comfy with. Um, and that basically because of the mudras. I would say it would be flat out as the mudras. I
I'm
feel
not gonna.
like I have to have sticky notes on my monitor for me to remember what the mudras and everything are. So, um, but that also comes with the whole trying to be like versatile with a lot of things where I can go into content as various classes. So it gets a little difficult for me to remember like all the different combos for every class and stuff like that. Monk I say is fine, but I know they're pretty like I don't know. Like I like Monk and I don't like Monk. It's not a bad class, but it, I would say melee wise, I pretty much lean more so towards Dragoon So I'm very interested in how Reaper plays, just because, you know, if it's similar to how Dragoon plays, I feel like I'm gonna really like it. But I go into Savage content as healer, so Sage is definitely a class that I am looking forward to learning more about to see how it plays. Just of that factor of having another shield healer um, in it and how it plays well with the other classes. So I don't know. I mean, I like to get better at some of the melees more so than I do now. I just don't think Sam. I'm just not. Yeah, Sam is Sam to me. It's a class that I level, a class that I understand, and then it's a class that I, as far as favorable, I don't favor to play. Oh no, you're fine, Multi. He said hi and wouldn't let me comment till I was a follower for 2 minutes. I hear you were talking about Astrologian. Do you know what they are doing with it? Also, Reaper sounds dope. So, Astrologian is becoming a completely pure healer. So, like right now, Astro has a whole thing of you're able to do the way Astrologian kind of works is you're able to change your sex, so you can either go to diurnal or nocturnal, which are the two more healer heavy one, and then there's a more shield heavy one. With Endwalker, what they're going to do is take away nocturnal, so you're not going to be able to do shielding anymore like the way that Astro does it now. So it is going to join the ranks of White Mage as a pure healer, as in if you have shields, which White Mage has one shield technically, then you will be theoretically Astrologian will go along that same line. You may have like maybe one ability that allows you to shield maybe a person, which like for the White Mage shields one person, but the rest of their abilities is going to be more so on healing, the healing aspects of it. Yeah, a lot of people tend to not go in like, so a lot of people with Shadowbringers, they tend not to go into the shield aspect of it. Just because a lot of people run it more so in dungeons and things like that. When you're in other content, typically what would happen is, depending on your party makeup, say you have a scholar in your party, then technically you would go into diurnal sect because it's a heal. That's more of the pure healer portion of it. And at that point, yeah, because you have a scholar in your party, who the scholar is a shield healer, so they would provide all the shields. It's supposed to be that when you have like two astrologians in a party, one of you go diurnal, the other one goes nocturnal. So you're providing shields and heals from both ends. And it's the same like if you go into a party with a White Mage, then technically you would go into nocturnal sect because they're the pure healers. So, yeah, but like nowadays you have a lot of people that are like not really going into the shield sect. They more so stay in the healer portion of it. So, yeah, it's understandable. So, with that respect, because they're introducing Sage, and Sage is a shield healer, then they split the healers down half, so you now have two pure ones and you will have two shields. And Reaper, yes, is very, very dope. I'm looking forward to seeing some gameplay of it and some breakdowns of its abilities and uses and things like that. Oh, thank you, Ray Laser 11, for the follow. We appreciate you.
Hi, thanks
Hi,
for the
Dork.
follow.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I'm going to do this really quick. Take the follower only chat off. Just so we can have people that be able to talk to us. So, yep, we have that portion of it. So we're looking forward to how Reaper is gonna look. I mean, like I said, I of all the melees, I like Dragoon the most. So, and it's typically my preferred melee that I will choose if I have to go into content as a melee. So I'm curious because since it shares the same gear sets as Dragoon, I'm really seeing. I'm like looking forward to see if maybe it shares some of the similar um positionals and play style of it.
I hope it
Oh,
doesn't. I
thank
mean,
you.
it's
We appreciate it. Thank you. They like our chibis.
oh
They are very cute.
yes, but no. As far as that, I hope Reaper doesn't play like Dragoon or is similar to it because then I mean because a lot of people that I know that play Dragoon I really enjoy. They were just like the Reaper looks cool, but they also wanted to have a little bit of a different play style, which I think it is,
Mm-hmm.
since it kind of has like I won't call it a pet. I will say semi pet.
Pet.
So that's what no semi pet. That's
Pet.
what I'm going to call it and stick with it. I
Pet.
mean because the same thing is no anyway because the same way with Monk and Sam sharing gear, but they play kind of like nothing alike. So as far as my little experience with it, but a little bit of a difference will be good with it. I hope it's not too close to the same. So hope it just brings like a little something more into it. It's been a while since been a hot minute for a melee DPS, so
I mean, I don't mean like exactly like a dragoon though. I'm like hoping that it doesn't have like 50 million positionals.
all the positionals.
Yeah, that was the other thing about it. It's just like I like Dragoon, but that's one of the things that I didn't like about Dragoon is that Dragoon does feel slower than the other ones, like Monk and Ninja. They feel incredibly slower. So I'm hoping Reaper is a little faster than that. So it feels like you can get more in. But yeah, I mean it should be interesting to see like some of the changes and stuff that are gonna get done and hopefully, add a little bit more variety to it. I just like I said, I would love to be able to learn like really be able to buckle down and really like play ninja melee wise because it's like it was one of my it literally was the first class that I wanted to play when I first started playing this game, but couldn't play it because I didn't people didn't have the right information to me how to start playing ninja. But I mean, like I said, it's a little much when you have to kind of memorize all the mudras and everything else like that, in addition to like all your different positionals and stuff. So it becomes a little daunting sometimes. But like, so I'm hoping that Reaper does not suffer from that same kind of issue. And that's like one of the things that I do like about Monk and Dragoon. It is not a lot of um, having to remember all these various different combos you have to do. Though Monk kind of does it a little bit, but it just I hope it's just like not overly complicated to learn and to kind of get a handle on.
I wish I can play Ninja. If I do, I would have to either play on
Yes, I
PC
please
or
don't.
PS4.
I don't. I hope Rito doesn't have a fail cleave. I hope it does not either. It would be a complete and total mood if it does. It's just like this is literally like a possessed warrior. But why? Why are we doing this?
Up, a change in screen.
Oh, here we go. Maybe, sort of, kind of. We got 5 minutes.
But yeah,
I am curious. I'm also kind of curious of how they're gonna do some changes on the tanks.
I'm not. I don't play tank.
I like tanking. Again, it's one of those classes that when I'm streaming myself, I tend not to show gameplay, just because I already concentrate as is. Like, yeah, I would definitely not be talking when I'm tanking because, you know, it's not, it's not like the go-to classes that I go into, but it's like I can still play them well. So, but it's still one of those. I kind of want to see how they're gonna make it, if they're gonna make any significant changes to the tanks in any way, shape, or form. I'm very curious of how they're gonna make changes to the healers, especially since I typically go into savages as healers. So this should be very, very nice to see some changes. But you know, my biggest thing is, I normally go into in game as scholar. So, I would really hope, maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, I can get an instant summons on my fairies. Because, yeah, that's a mood.
No, no,
That is a
you
whole
don't get
mood.
that. I'm looking as far as forward for anything is mostly healers. More than likely, my range physical DPS, and lastly, magic
Oh, Lord.
DPS. Only
Like,
because I got Black Mage to 80, and I'm actually really enjoying the job. So
look, I have given up that they're going to get rid of the 2 minute, 2 to 3 minute opener for a summoner. So, yeah, no.
DDR,
It
DDR.
is. Summoners have to just embrace it. It is literally DDR on your keyboard, on your controller. It is the DDR of the mega classes. So I've embraced that. I'm never gonna drop a 2 minute, 2 to 3 minute opener. So and
But
Summoner always gets
I,
touched every
I would like to learn Summoner
expansion.
though.
I love Summoner. It's actually, it's kind of funny. So Summoner was and is my first love. It is always going to be my first love. It is literally the class that I take through every MSQ all the time. It gets everything. I try to give Summoner everything first. Summoner, I feel like when I level, I went through everything as a Summoner. So for me, Summoner helped me understand all the other battle classes, and all the other magic classes. But it was even funnier because people that were more melee based type stuff. I felt like a lot of people found that when I wanted to level Dark Knight, they were saying it was the most difficult of all the tanks to level and understand. But I felt like because as a summoner, I don't know, it clicked for me like very quickly. So I had no issues leveling like Dark Knight. It seemed to make sense for me. So it was like, yeah, and from what I had, people were telling me, like, yeah, if you were like me and you main summoner, then other magic classes didn't have an issue. Like, you didn't have an issue with picking them up and understanding how they worked. Because it was basically pretty much kind of ingrained in you, and it just kind of flowed better than people that didn't play those kind of classes. They say if my scholar doesn't get fixed, this world has never seen. Summoner is dead to me. That dash in the trailer, that to me alone just isn't on brand. Summoner is always touched. Every expansion, they touch it, and it starts off not good. It never starts off good. So it's like, I think the only hype thing that we get is like another EG. It's just another EG. Stormblood, we got Bahamut, and then Shadowbringers, we got Phoenix, and I mean it's just like, okay, but I still have a 2 to 3 minute opener. So I hope we don't have a gap closer because I don't feel like we need one. But that's just me. I would like something that's a little bit less DDR.
But the gap closer.
Let me tell you, I still very rarely use a gap closer because I'm used to just not doing it. Like I really am. Like even as a paladin or a warrior, I'm not used to using it. Like Dark Knight, I think is probably the only thing that I use the gap closer on. But beyond that, I mean that's it. I really very rarely use it. Like even when I'm on Dancer, I keep forgetting that I can dash.
Okay, look. Okay, my thing with Dancer, I made the fatal mistake of one time of trying to get out of something and I like flew over the edge. So yeah, I barely touched that.
Bro, that was
Because
me.
I'm like, I would be like, oh, okay, I need to get out of this dash. Oh, I made it. Oh no, I just fell over the side. Never mind.
That was me in E3S. That was literally me in E3S.
Oh, here we go.
Whoop, there we go.
Oh,
Oh, the starting scene already. I love it. I got tears. We're
oh,
leaving.
that's
I'm telling you. We're
beautiful.
leaving. We're leaving. I'm so gonna cry.
I don't know how far behind my stream is, but it's still just the load screen for me.
Oh, girl, you're gonna see it. Yeah, we'll know when you see it.
Ooh, there we go.
The music is so haunting.
We're leaving. I need tissue.
プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。はい、そして今日はゲストにあゆみさんがいらっしゃいます。あゆみさんお願いします。
Hi. Hello, my name is Aimi. I'll be helping with translation support for today's broadcast.
That low scene though, oh my god, so beautiful.
It
よろ
is.
しくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
And lastly, my name is Toshio Murachi, also known as FFXIV, your global community producer here. 進行を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルことムルーチです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、
はい。
よろしくお願いします。
ということで、まず最初に
いやまあちょっと押したのはさ、
はい、
まあ僕ギリギリまでタバコ行ってたってのも悪いんだけど、オープニング画面をね、いかにうまく見せるかっていうのをギリギリまで測ったんですいませんでした。はい。
So we started just a little bit late to this time. Of course, Yoshida had to step out to smoke a cigarette, but that's beside the point. We were trying to show off that opening sequence there on that screen, and we wanted to time it just right, and we were struggling until the very last minute there, so apologies.
Yeah, there was a hot debate here. ケンケンガクガクやっておりました。無事出てきてよかった。Yeah, good to show. かっこよかったです。
ありがとうございます。
Very cool.
結構調整実は大変で、まあ巨大なものをこう動かすんだけど、14って可変フレームレートなので、やっぱちょっとやっぱり微妙にその描画精度でちょっと落ちたりずれたりとかして、うまい速度に合わせるのが結構難航して、サウンドに渡すのもフィックス渡すのも結構遅くなったんで、ご迷惑をおかけしました。
Thank you so much. It was quite a struggle, a big undertaking to make the different adjustments. When we're trying to move large objects on screen, of course, with the fluctuating frame rate, it is a very challenging element to kind of render. And depending on the quality of the rendering, it's quite difficult to get the timing just right. So we did struggle on that. I'm afraid it did delay us in handing over the animation over to the sound.
はい。で、今日はなんですけど、今日の PLL はちょっと特殊な回なので、まず最初に今日がなんでどういう段取りなのかをちょっと説明させていただきます。
はい。
So this Letter Live is kind of special one, so let me explain what is the setup for today. まず、今 今日は通訳、あゆみさんに通訳に入っていただいて、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送で、行います。So first and foremost, this Letter Live is bilingual in both Japanese and English. So we have Ayumi-san here, and she can help translating your student's speech. And then during the Letter Live, how it works is Yoshida-san basically speaks in Japanese, and then Ayumi-san translate his comments into English. So まず吉田さんが原則日本語で、もろもろ説明していきます。でそれを、あゆみさんが、随時訳していってくれるというスタイルで進みます。で私ですけれども毎回これも言うんですけど、私は自分で訳していくんですが、今日南部化構成なんですけど、最後のお知らせコーナーが来るまで私からは大して重要なことは申しません。のであれ今モルボールなんか通訳し忘れてるじゃんとかあっても気にしないで特にあはって言ってるだけだなって思っておいていただければいいかなと思いますので、そういうご理解でよろしくお願いいたします。So and then I will translate by myself. But if you notice, if I mistranslating something, but just leave it because nothing important information is coming from my mouth anyway. So until very end
Wow.
of the announcement section,
He really just said that.
I am just nodding and then saying, "Aha!" and "Wow!" is all my job is. So just leave it. And then today's Letter Live has 3 major sections. The first part is all about the new jobs. I mean, job changes, adjustments,
Yes.
followed by the
Other job
related
changes.
updates. And then we are going to have some other updates. So there are 3 major sections for today. 今日は大きく3部構成になっておりまして、最初は皆さんお待ちかねジョブ関連、全部お待ちかねなんですけど、最初はジョブ関連調整のお話をします。続いてバトル関連、今日は主に PVE ですけれども、バトル関連の調整のお話、そしてさらにその他のいくつかお知らせがありますので、そういう話をやっていって、賞味4時間ぐらいですかね。
わかんないな。今日私こちらにニコニコと、Twitch と YouTube とコメントが全部あるんで、大概こっちに行ってる場合コメント見てると思ってください。
So just to let you know, Yoshida-san has the monitors for Nico Nico, Twitch, and YouTube broadcasts, and he's following along with some of the comments. So don't mind him if he kind of drifts off to the side of the screen. He's just checking the comments.
He's on a Tokyo drift.
私はこっち見てると。Yeah, my screens are placed here, so I will looking at here this direction to check your comments. はい、皆さんのコメント、私の方は画面こっちにありますので、私がこっちを見てるときは、なるほど、なんかコメント読んでんだなと思っていただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
結構ね、見てるか吉田とかね、寝てるかとかね、書かれてるんですよね。あと眠そうって結構ありますね。
We were seeing comments like, "Oh, Yoshida's actually looking at our comments. Oh, he looks kind of sleepy, and is he asleep, etc., etc."
寝てたらね、発売できないんだよ。
There's no time for sleep. We won't be able to release the game if we're taking time to sleep.
だって、
Sleep,
14のほら、
what's that?
巨大さはさ、皆さんもよく知ってるじゃないですか。
It's the thing that I hate being drawn out of.
あれを全部見るんですよ。もう何から何まで。サブクエストの端からね、ありとあらゆるものを見てってるんで、寝てられないんですよ。
I mean, you understand how large FF14 is. You all play the game, and you have to check every single aspect of it, from not just the main parts of it, but even the nooks and crannies of the subquests as well. So there's no time for sleep.
なので、今日は今モルゴルが言ってくれたように、今日と次回の PLL で 6.0 ドーンとご紹介するんですけど、今日は主に PVE、それからバトル関係のシステム周りだったりとか、アップデートの、詳細というより、ジョブに関してはコンセプトをお伝えしていく回になってます。で、例えば PVP の新しいコンテンツとか、矢桜とかっていうのは次回の PLL で特集するので、そこはぜひご承知おきください。
So course, as Foxconn just mentioned, we will be covering the different elements with this PLL, and we will have another follow-up immediately before the release of Endwalker, but we will be covering the different elements of the new expansion. So for this PLL, it's going to be primarily about the PvE items, the battle system updates, and the job changes. We won't delve too far into detail for each individual jobs, but we would like to go over the different concept that went into the different updates that we'll be making. Unfortunately, PvP and Disciples of the Land and Hand information will be next PLL, so I'm afraid we will not be covering it during today's broadcast, so apologies in advance.
No,
Okay,
that's
so
fine.
PvE today, PvP next time, which is fine.
PvP and the hands and the land next time.
That's fine, yeah.
I mean, that's good. That way you're not like throwing everything all at once and kind of just.
Exactly. I think everybody is just more wanting to know about the pretty much the battle classes right now.
Yeah.
PvE wise.
メディアの皆さんとかインフルエンサーの皆さんが、全世界一斉に情報解禁して、インプレッション上がると思うので、まあぜひそちらをですね、詳細はね見ていただければなと思っております。はい。はい。
And of course, we also wanted to make note that with the different job updates, I'm afraid we won't go into detail, so we won't be like, oh, Paladin's going to do this, and the action's going to be like that, and potencies is this and this and that. Well, one thing, if we said everything, you would take forever for the broadcast.
Right.
We will be doing a media tour where we invite members of the media as well as influencers to get a glimpse of the new content, some of the new areas, and all of the jobs available at the upcoming level cap of level 90. So they will be creating information and content to share with you, and they will go live after an embargo lifts. So I hope that people will tune into that information.
Still can't believe we're going up to level 90.
Oh, that would be such a goal to be at the media tour to do that kind of stuff, to see it like ahead of the schedule.
And the one thing that I'm really excited about is that we do have a lot of Western influencers joining us this time for this media tour. And so I am so excited to talk MMO shop with them in my interviews. So that's going to be kind of like what I'm going to be looking forward to throughout this media event.
はい、でこのメディアツアーの、記事とかレビューとかはですね、全世界一斉に10月中旬頃に公開される予定になっておりますので、そちらはぜひお待ちいただければと思います。So the review and the articles from this media tours will be available globally at the timing of the middle October. So please look forward to it.
じゃあ早速始めていこうとは思うんですけど、2点だけすいません。あと2つ確認させてください。まず1つ目、今日お伝えしていく情報はやっぱりエンドウォーカー行月のフィナーレまだ開発中です。最後の最後、本当にギリギリまでバランス調整やってるので、今日お伝えした内容が変わる可能性があるっていうのは、まずご理解ください。
So before we jump into the main part of the show, we would like to bring up two additional points. First of which is, of course, we'll be talking about Endwalker today, but we are still making final adjustments. It is still in development, and so please understand that some of these elements are subject to change.
そしてですね、もう一つ大事なことなんですけど、確かに私疲れております。疲れているのは事実なんですが、怒ってるのとか、そういうのはないです。顔がね、そういう顔なんです。怒ってたりとかは決してしてないので、真面目に話すとなぜかね怒ってるって言われるんで、ね、そこはご理解をいただきたいのと、まあちょっとやっぱ疲れは確かに疲れてるんで、言い間違いとかちょっとどもったりとかする可能性があるんですけど、今日はちょっとすいませんご容赦いただけると助かります。はい。
And one important thing, I am tired. That is a fact. I'm sorry. And people have asked, Nishida, are you angry? And I am not. I'm just, this is the way I look. This is my face. So whenever I'm talking about something serious, I apparently give off the impression that I'm angry, but please understand I am not. I am tired, so I might, my speech might not catch up with me quite. I might stutter at times, but please understand.
いつもじゃんって書かれてる YouTube
Yeah, that's good disclaimer.
YouTube comments saying, but you're always.
いつも疲れてる。いや、
ね
言いますよ。はい。
さあじゃあ始めていきましょうか、まあ一応後ろ制限はないんでね、
はい
ゆっくりやるところはゆっくりやっていけたらなと思ってます。
Okay, I think we are ready to jump into the content here. I believe there isn't a strict sort of end time that we have to adhere to, so we're just gonna go into it, take our time, and explain.
I
as
know.
needed.
Excited.
Job adjustments, let's go!
さて、
はい
まず、まあもちろん大事なのはジョブ関連調整だと思いますので、ここから行こうと思いますが、
はい。
まず、各ジョブとかロールとか行く前に、そう全ジョブに対する基本方針をざっと説明しちゃおうかなと思っております。
So of course, we are going to be discussing about the different job updates and adjustments. But before we jump into talking about jobs or even roles, actually, I do want to cover something that encompasses all of the different jobs in general.
まず最初、ベースの方針なんですけど、こちらはシャドーブリンガーズ 5.0 の、方針をそのまま引き継いでおります。
So just as a baseline, we are sort of building upon what we have adjusted in Shadowbringers 5.0.
まあもちろんその新たなアクションとかはあるんですけど、まあその新システムとかをね、各ジョブにこうゴテゴテつけたりして、もうそのさらにシステムを各ジョブ複雑化させるようなことはしてません。
And of course, with the new level cap, we do add some more actions, but we haven't incorporated any sort of brand new system tacked on there or made anything too complicated.
まあもちろんベーシックのコンセプトはまあ5.0を引き継いでってるんですけど、まあ、新しいアクションっていうのも当然たくさんありますし、変わってるところっていうのも各ジョブね、それぞれ第一章ではありますけど結構あるので、まあ、その辺の方針は今日お伝えしていこうかなと思ってます。
And of course, with the basic thought being building upon Shadowbringers 5.0, of course, there are new elements that are added leading up to Endwalker and different elements that we have changed, may it be small or big. So we would like to go over some of the concepts or the directions that we've taken for these different updates.
でこう一部ねちょっと複雑にしてほしいなって、3.x シリーズみたいなのっておっしゃる方も
So excited.
I am. I'm like, my heart is like racing right now because I'm like, let's go, let's go, let's go.
以前やって大変なことになったんで
Next point, let's go.
ジョブの扱いは難しいわ、コンテンツは難しいわになってしまったからちょっとやりづらいと思うんで、今が一番安定してるかなと思うので、この方針を、継続していく予定です。
And of course, there are a small group of you that desire for that complexity of what we've done in the 3.x series. But I'm afraid we won't go in that direction. It's quite a struggle because not only does the job actions become complicated, the content themselves make it kind of compoundedly worse. So I think we are at a good sort of stable place post Shadowbringers. So I think we would like to continue in that direction.
まあもちろんね、
I mean, that's a good plan, though.
3.0時代が良かった。4.0 時
Why
代が良かった。
revert back to some of those things that we saw in Heaven's Ward?
全体をずっと長く
Yeah.
見てきた自分に関して、まあやっぱ5.0の方針が一番多くの人に。
I know there's a lot of nostalgia and stuff for people for that, but
Yeah.
Of course, I'm sure different players have different tastes.
I
Some
mean,
people
it's
might say,
understandable.
"Oh, I love the
I think that's my
3.0
biggest
series,
thing, though. It's just
4.0
like, I think it's,
etc. But
I like the
think
fact
looking
that
at it
I
from
feel
a
like
general
whenever,
sort of
even as a battle
perspective,
class,
and from Yoshida's point of
your
view,
person
looking at 14
evolves.
throughout these years, we do feel
So,
that
I kind of
seems
feel
to
like
fit as many people as
it was
possible, so,
very
apologies,
different
but
in
this is
Heaven's
kind of the
Ward.
direction we're
I mean,
taking.
I personally don't miss cleric stance.
全ジョブに共通して
It was-
関わる
it was very much a mood.
主要な攻撃に関わるような
oh,
Glad I
recast
missed
department's
that.
abilities will be adjusted to align with 60 or 120. Second
Oh,
time.
that would be nice. So I mean,
another thing that encompasses all
that-
of the jobs
that
is
definitely
regarding their
changes a lot of that
tasks
whole you ain't
and
gotta worry
some of
about
the,
30-second,
like,
90
primary
seconds,
abilities and
stuff
their
like that.
broadcast timing. I think we've kind of equalized it to kind of lean towards that 60-second or 120 seconds.
まあ、この辺りはですね、高難易度コンテンツをやるときに、こうバースト薬を飲み、こう各ジョブアビリティ全開放してこうバーストするぞみたいな時に、まあ、バーストがこう一定周期で合いやすいように合わせやすいようにもちろんそれだったりしてるんですけど、まあ要はあと各ジョブこう別のジョブをやった時にも、サイクルってテンポ感は揃ってくるかなと思うので、まあ、その辺を踏まえてこうしてあります。
And this kind of takes into play when you go into the high difficulty dungeons and raids, where you have that sort of burst timing that you can match with taking your different medicines and then doing your different cooldown abilities. And you have that sort of relatively similar cycle depending regardless of what job you would do. So even if you kind of go into your alt job, you'd still have that kind of similar tempo or that cycle that you can keep up with.
ただしですね、
はい、
最大の注意点でございます。こちら。
Of course, there is a caveat to that.
当然ですね、すべてをせきるわけにもいかないので、
I mean, you always gotta put that disclaimer in there.
60と120になってるわけではござい
Pretty
ません。
much.
ここは忘れずにぜひご注意ください。
そりゃそう。
But that being said, of course, we were not able to align everything that's exactly 60 seconds or 120 seconds. So please understand that not all of the abilities might match up perfectly or exactly.
おい、車も60秒になってねえじゃねえかよっていうね、ことがあったりするわけですよ。
It's always good to have that disclaimer so that you don't get the nitpicky people really going ham.
It's like,
I'm gonna be honest.
It's not 60 seconds. No.
All those people that
that
pick
one
about stuff,
still
they
remains to
missed
be
this whole
90
disclaimer.
seconds. Okay.
Yeah, because they'll say it. Well, they said
The black mage.
disclaimer right here.
Sad.
I got a picture. Here you go.
They've neglected me. I'm not aligned to your timings.
プロデューサーのメインジョブのね、主力
It's so bad because you see it a lot.
なんか寄せてく
Like
対
as
象
soon
に
as
入
they'll
ってな
have
かった
things like
って
this,
い
and
う
they'll be like, "Oh, they said," and it's like, "Did you read the rest of that?
Unfortunate.
No.
The
Okay, let me
the
go
main
copy and
job
paste this
is
again."
Missed out on having.
Oh, I missed that part.
His
Mhm.
ability, his main, one of the main.
That
abilities
selective
kind of aligned
reading.
To that kind of cycle.
公平にね、公平に取り扱われてる。
フェアですよ。それ
Fair.
フ
The
ェアです
battle team treat every job fair.
みんながパンもやってる間にその30秒後に次の魔王を私開いたりしてあいつ一人で何やってんだみたいな空気が調整中にも
なるほど。
ございました。
So like everybody else is doing their abilities and their nice cycled timing, and then 30 seconds later I come in with my ley lines, and everybody's kind of looking at me weird, like what is he doing? Off timing.
ではですね、この全ジョブに共通する、まあベースは 5.0 をそのまま準拠してますよ。で、いろんな主力の攻撃に関わるようなアクション、アビリティのリキャストが60、120にこう、寄ってますよっていうことによって結構変わるものってあるんですよ。まあそれを頭の中にまず入れた状態で、見ていただきたいものがあるので、皆さん頭の中に入ってます。大丈夫ですか？
So again, our base concept is kind of building upon that 5.0 Shadowbringers, and then a lot of the primary abilities have been aligned to kind of fall in place between 60 or 120 second cast timing. So with that in mind, there will be abilities that kind of change in accordance to those updates. So if you could keep that in mind, and there's something that I want to watch, I want you to watch as you think about that.
So are you ready? 皆さん大丈夫ですか？
では約20分ありますので、
はい。
私もコメントはしません。ぜひですね、ゆっくりご覧いただければと思っております。あゆみさん、ここまでまず一回トランスレーションお願いします。
Right. So we will be looking at a 20-minute footage. None of us here will be making any comments. So if you could take your time to watch the footage, and then he has more to say.
さあ、それ
Please
で
let
は
it be the job
えー
showcase.
Alright,
Please
here
let it
we
be a
go.
job
ア
showcase.
クショントレーラーとなっております。
This is the 6.0 job action trailer.
Oh, there it is.
All right, here we go.
Let's
Well,
go. Let's go. All the pretty, flashy. I want this music too, by the way. Ooh, look at that. I love that.
I like this intro. It's very good.
Yeah, it's very pretty. I love it.
Of course, they're going to start with Dragon.
I know, right? We're on the moon.
Look at the, hold up, look at the bar. Look at the UI.
Mm-hmm.
That,
All right, the
Okay.
usual.
I like the gear so far.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, what's that?
Oh,
Oh, this just got real nice. Dragoon. Pole dance is back!
that was actually cool.
Pole dance is back! Oh my god!
Oh,
Ooh, a twin dragon.
dragon.
Oh my god! I got pole dance and twin dragons back! Okay, warrior, what's up?
Oh, is that a new AoE?
Yeah, that looks like a new
played one.
AoE.
Oh,
Oh, that is. Oh!
So
Oh,
maybe not a
what was
clonal
that?
AoE this
What was
time.
that? That's a new shield. Ooh, that was new. One, two, three.
oh,
Whoa! Warrior, are you gonna become my new tank fan?
oh, here comes
All right,
Red
here we go.
Mage. Okay, come on, Red Mage, because I typically don't like you.
I love Red Mage.
Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, there's a new.
Oh, there. Look at their bar. Ooh.
Oh, they get a shield. Look at the bar, and the bar has
Yeah, look
changed
at
at
the look at the UI for Red Mage.
The gauge has changed. Oh my god.
Yeah, it said they gain diamonds the more melee they do.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Go ahead, Red Mage. You
All
might
right,
make
looking
me like you
good.
this.
Oh, there,
this
here comes
this-
Scholar.
Here's your scholar.
Okay, hold on. Come on. Do an instant Q.
Looks like the same gauge, which is a little unfortunate.
Yeah. Okay. That's the same.
Ooh.
Oh. What's that? 'Cause that's different. Yeah, and dots. There we go. Oh, wait. Ooh, pretty. Wait,
That wasn't all
Wait.
that.
there wasn't all that, but
that
why
was
did she
kinda
move
short.
that fast? Yeah.
Dark Knight.
Alright. I'm gonna still be a scholar. May have to play with stuff. Dark Knight favorite tank, let's go.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wait,
Ooh.
what was that?
That was a shield for another player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's different than Blackest Night.
I know.
It was.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, Frey. That has
Dancer.
changed.
Let's see.
Okay, how you
I
gonna
wanna
screw
see.
up my secondary?
Okay.
Okay, technical.
What was that? Wait.
Ooh, new
Ooh,
AoEs?
That's a new AoE.
Ooh, what was that?
That is too
Oh, that's
big.
hot.
That's nice.
That's hot.
It's gonna be so many dancers, I'm telling you.
It is.
I mean, there's already a ton of dancers. It's just-
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
Okay, yes, let's go. Machinist.
Ooh, Marine Golemon. Oh, look how bad that looks.
I know,
Just
right?
got toe down.
Bio. Ooh.
Ooh, okay.
Well, he got a shotgun?
Okay, some of the usual abilities. Oh, gee.
Ooh.
I need to play Machinist more. Queen! Hi, Queen!
It's really fun.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Okay, Queen!
I'm Gunbreaker.
uh,
Why you say it like that? What area is this?
probably like Sumerian Ishgar. Could be.
I can't comment much on any other tanks because I don't play, so
I can oh, go on.
Oh, this is like, it's only like a hand, it's only literally like Dark Knight I can tell little differences of. But that's it. Rest of
can
them, not so
for-
much.
For Paladin, I can, but I haven't played any of the other tanks to 80, so I have no clue.
Okay, that's different. Because that
Ah.
wasn't there before.
All right,
Bard,
all right, here's my
yes.
baby.
Yep. What you get?
Okay. Ooh, new gauge.
Oh, we do
Ooh.
got new gauge. Look at that. Okay. Apex, what's up? Oh wait, what? Oh no, that's, I know what that is.
Ooh,
Wait,
ooh.
whoa,
Oh, that's
like
new.
that.
That's different. That's
That's a different song.
Ooh.
that is a very different song.
Ooh.
Oh, Bar's gonna be so much fun.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Okay,
Oh,
Astrologian.
yeah.
My baby.
Oh, look. Lords are back. Look at the gauge has changed.
No, I'm looking at it.
So the gauge kind of reminds you of Stormblood.
Stormblood's Gauge,
Yeah.
Old Gauge. Lady of Crowns. What was that? Oh, holy
Oh,
crap.
whoa.
Oh. This is why Astro is my favorite healer.
So pretty.
Yes. Still the most gorgeous job there is.
Okay, Samurai.
Oh, he actually going against a live.
Yeah, before they normally don't have the enemy right there.
Mm-mm.
I like the outfit of the samurai. Ooh, that's different.
Hmm.
Man, I mean, it still kind of looks like same samurai. That's different though, because you normally don't do that twice like that. Ooh. Oh.
Okay, that's new.
That's
Different
definitely
stances.
new.
Looks like their gauge changed a bit too. It seems like we have charges of something.
White
Here comes White Mage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're showing our charges a lot. No, I want to fight the Pegasus.
A bigger glare.
Oh.
Ooh.
What's that?
Oh wow.
Oh no, I have to level White Mage now. I want to play with that lily flower thing.
That's
It looks like it does
okay.
like a big AO heal.
That's
Right?
wow. Okay. Ninja, the one I want to start learning more.
I have latency issues. Still on my PS5 though. I think that's probably something they probably need to fix down the line. That.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh.
That's definitely very different.
Shadow Clone Jutsu, go.
I know,
Damn,
right?
Look at that! Look at that! Holy sh!
Oh, Black Mage. My new love.
Them ley lines.
Yes. Oh,
Is that the same gauge show?
No, no.
it's
it looks a
different.
little different.
It's a little different. Oh, okay.
That fire and ice tornado, though. Let's talk about
I know,
that.
right? Oh.
Yep, look at the gauge. The gauge is different. Look how it's
Yep.
blinking. Look at the colors
It's
that are
like
blinking
fire
like
and
that,
it's like a
ice.
fire and ice gauge.
And
Yep,
then you're
it's a
getting
fire and
charges.
ice gauge,
Look,
and you
look
can
at the
use it.
charges. Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun with this job. Oh yes.
Ooh. Nice.
Whoa, 3 fouls.
I know. Ooh. Yes.
Okay, Black Man.
Oh,
Here we go.
Here we go, Sage. Let's go. Let me see what you look like, girl. I'm loving the music.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I love
Loving
that
the
gauge.
It's so cool looking.
This is so Gundam-ish.
This music though.
Mm.
Oh jeez.
Oh, I flew. I'm out.
Yep.
Yep. I'm out. I'm
You learning
sorry,
Sage, aren't you?
Cicely. I'm so
You're learning
sorry.
Sage.
I'm a Sage main now.
Here's Monk.
Look at the gauge.
Ooh.
The gauge has changed
The
from monk too.
different
Look at that.
Oh.
So I wonder if that's your charges, and based on your combo, what you have. What the freak?
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I side summoner. Wait, whoa, whoa! Look at the gauge.
Let's see how
wow, what the
they
heck?
utilize that gap closer we saw in the trailer.
Mm-hmm. Up
There's-
high.
oh my god!
You out already? Ooh.
Okay.
Actual full Garuda.
Oh my god!
Look at the gauge though. It's activated green for
Yes!
the.
I see. Oh my god! I just had an orgasm.
Ma'am, PG.
I don't care. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yes. Oh my god.
Okay, so
Yes. Okay, so each of the gauge.
Jackal.
Yes.
The
So each of the
actual,
gauge now brings them out.
You
Oh, that is
see me,
so
but
hot.
I'm dancing.
Please.
Now you got
tell me
Sage
that
and
there's-
Summoner to work on. Okay,
Hopefully-
here comes Ifrit.
Look at this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. Oh my god, yes.
Oh, okay. It counts down depending on how many abilities you use. Okay.
Good lord.
Oh. Oh, wow.
Yes.
Soraya's over here doing a happy dance.
I'm so happy. I'm gonna cry.
This is long. This is really long for Summoner.
Summer is my first love
Okay.
baby.
All right, here we go, Reaper.
I need tissue.
All right, he has a partner here too, the Bard.
Ooh. Look what he left behind.
I see.
That's
Portal?
probably the rift. That's probably the rift that he summons the void person from, or not.
Oh no.
Well, yeah, because it went away.
Oh, okay.
Did he just buff down? He did.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they gave it back. Oh, that is so awesome.
Oh, that's cool. He's like a mix
Okay,
of
so
a
they're
range and
portals.
It's
melee.
a
So-
portal. Look, this is a straight up portal.
Wow. Look at that gauge
Oh
though.
my god.
Gauge is.
Gauge is hot. Oh, that looks so cool.
All right, Paladin.
All right.
Let's see what you changed.
I like the backdrop.
Gotta go to the moon. Okay. Ooh, that's new.
Ooh.
Oh. Go for it.
Oh, that gauge is new too.
The gauge is very new.
Ooh. Oh, that's new.
That's wow.
Jeez. Go Paladin.
So it looks like we get an AoE combo.
Nice. Looking good.
Yes.
I just hope with Summoner that you can actually change the sizes from a client side because I'll never be able to see a damn thing without.
I'm thinking they would. I mean, if they done it for Bahamut.
まあまずはちょっと20分ぐらいでしたけどいかがだった
Well, Bahamut and Phoenix, so yeah, I think they would.
But first of all, yeah, it's a 20-minute trial, so to speak. How did everyone do?
That was 20 minutes.
長くなっております
Don't feel like it.
Getting longer and longer.
まあやっぱり最初にお伝えした通り、まあ5.0準拠で、まあ正当に全体そのまま進化していきつつ、まあ主要リキャストが60、120に寄ってたりするので、あれなんかローテーションずいぶん間隔短くなったなみたいなのあると思うんで、まあそのあたりを順次女優ごとにこれからご説明していこうかなと思っております。
はい。
So of course, as mentioned earlier, our basis is 5.0 and building upon Shadowbringers.
Oh my
and
god.
so it
I'm like
evolved different actions based on that.
yes.
And with the
I did it. They
primary
the part is I get to
abilities
learn
and
Summoner as I'm going through
1 for
MSQ.
either 60 seconds or 1
This gonna be so good.
you might notice
better brush
that
up before
the
then.
skill rotations and the
Don't worry about it. That's gonna
intervals
happen.
between them
Don't
feel a
worry
little
about that.
shorter. So we'd like to go.
This actually made me interested back in
jobs now
Dancer
to kind
again.
of explain some of the concepts and ideas.
Can't wait. I can't wait for the new Astro. I gotta learn it again.
I can't wait to show up everyone that said Bard was a boring class.
英語も含めて
I never heard really
Wrong.
anybody say that.
I feel like I see
Huh?
a lot of
I've never
comments
heard
that
well on my
say,
on my
"Oh, the
servers. I've never
summoner
heard
is
anybody say
now
that.
a summoner."
I've been trash talked for
Some
being a
of
bard
you-
so much.
And that goes for both
Wow.
Japanese and English comments that I see.
私が見た中ではアルティマウェポンかよって言ってたのがちょっと面白かったです。So are you now Ultima Weapon? That was funny.
No.
I found.
まあ召喚だけ
I
させられ
mean,
ずるいっていうコメントもあったんですけど
It just kind of says a lot when I'm a bard and I'm still number 2 or number 3 in the hate list above other jobs that should be higher than me. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Of course,
Oh
some-
yeah.
some of you
Like
may
that's the
notice
ultimate
that
power move is
the
getting trash talked and then
length
destroying
that
them.
Summoner is being featured is a little longer than everybody else, and they were like not fair. But I mean, it's quite a significant change, so we wanted to show off all that we can.
さあじゃあ皆さん頭の中にそれぞれご自身のメインジョブの映像ある程度頭に入ったと思うので
I feel like my heart is gonna bust out of my chest seeing Summoner right now. It's like I gotta calm down.
You guys were saying about eggies, right? There you go. Life size.
Now, upon
Right,
that,
like,
the job action tree and having that sort of mental image of your primary job and what actions
That's so beautiful.
We'll start from the different roles and then go into the different jobs.
さあまずはタンクからいきましょうか。パワーポイントお願いします。
Okay, so jumping into the tanks on the PowerPoint.
さあではタンク全体的なお話です。
Okay, so tanks overall.
はい、まずいいですよ、出します。はい、一部の防御バフに関してなんですけど、単にね、それを実行するだけじゃなくて、例えば敵のダメージの、直前に差し込むことによって、よりちょっとメリットを得られる。
Oh, nice.
他のアビリティと重ねて、うまく使うことで効果がね、さらに付与されるとかいうちょっとテクニカルな防御バフを入れたりしてます。
On so certain
But yeah, no, I'm excited about
sorry,
Astro?
certain defensive buffs, sorry. that
Dancer,
has,
Bard, Black
we
Mage.
wanted to, of course, add some
Red Mage looking a little bit more
benefits to it.
interesting.
So not just simply like protecting yourself from
Hey,
something
T.R. Boonson.
or something like that. But we wanted to make it so that if you are using it in conjunction with different
Hi,
abilities,
Boonson.
kind of using them in combination, it allows for greater benefits and sort of like a technical aspect to some of these defensive buffs.
なんかこれね、ジャストガードとかパリーとかやれてるんだけど、サーバークライアント型
One question I have though.
これは無謀なので
What?
まあ
That Rogadin, that's the gunbreaker. His hair is lovely.
効果があるんで、敵の栄翔の半分ぐらいでもうとりあえず
What does he use?
まあ
What conditioner?
一応軽減 10% とかは働くんですけど、その後について効果がちょっと無駄になるねみたいな感じなので、そこは効果を見て
Perk
うまく
plus.
使ってもらう感じです。はい
Okay, so we're not talking
Red
about
Mage has
something
more
very
flashy
exact,
moves
like
that
a
blinds
guard
all
system,
party
right?
alignment
Training
and
or
applies
security.
blindness to the boss.
Now the bosses okay. It's the party members that suffer the most.
Online. So it's more along the lines
I'm
of,
done.
some
T.R.
additional
Boonson said
for
run
a short
Celine.
amount of time after
Oh my goodness.
utilizing certain abilities. So, before you might be thinking, oh, okay, enemy is casting. I'll just go ahead and activate this ability when it's casting. And of course, you'll still reap the benefit of, say, it's like a 10% damage mitigation, but there is a bit of a waste. And so by combining it with optimal like ability use, optimal times, you can reap even further benefits.
であとですね、また効果がねそれぞれちょっと異なる、自身もしくはパーティーメンバー1人に付与できる防御バフを各タンク上部持っているようになっているので、MTST の場合どっちでも役に立つんじゃないかなと思います。
And of course, these different effects do allow for different sort of effects that are being added to you. Some of these are a defense buff where it applies to yourself and a party member. So I think it does come in handy regardless of you main tanking or off tanking.
では次の項目なんですけど、これはねちょっと近接物理 DPS も共通なんですけど、今までウェポンスキルコンボ中に、例えばトマホークとか遠隔攻撃を途中に挟むとねコンボが中断されてたんですけど、それをなくしました。素晴らしい。
Next item was, and this kind of applies to melee DPS as well, but whenever you are activating a weapon skill combo and you insert like a tomahawk for your warrior or something like that, like a ranged attack, that would kind of break your combo chain, but we've adjusted it so that that chain is not broken.
まあ各アクションのそのアビリティのリキャストが60秒サイクルとかになっていくと、今までのローテーションのこう1サイクルよりショートタームになると思うんですよね。まあ全体がの時間がこうなんだろう回転数が上がるって言った方がいいのかな。それに合わせてこういうコンボが途切れなくなるので、結構なんていうの攻撃してる感覚は結構強くなってるんじゃないかなと思う。
So with the different actions kind of being adjusted, so the recast timing leans closer to that 60-second intervals, your rotations will start to feel a little bit shorter in their terms. So I think it's best to explain it as the number of times that you are attacking and the different skills are being activated kind of goes up in your rotations, and plus with without those interruptions, it does give you that feeling of you are making an attack.
まあ例えばボス中心の攻撃があるので、一回大きく距離を取らなきゃいけないみたいな時に、やっぱりちょっとコンボが途切れるのを嫌がって遠隔を使わないみたいなねところがあったと思うんですけど、そこはグローバルクールダウンが無駄にならないのであれば使う局面っていうのもまあ出てくるだろうし、むしろねグローバルクールダウン中にあえて避けて即戻るみたいな方がいい時もあるし、まあそこら辺はタンクを使うプレイヤースキルが少しずつ差が出てくるんじゃないかなとは思います。はい。
And so, for example, say a boss kind of has this ranged, an AoE attack that starts from the boss and kind of goes outward, and everybody has to kind of disperse away from the boss. Some people don't want to break their weapon skill combo and include that sort of ranged attack. But with the sort of adjustment here, now we don't have to worry about like wasting our cooldown time, global cooldown time, or in some strategies, you might have to kind of decide when you deliberately need to time your GCD so that you can avoid some of those attacks. So I think this will kind of give the tank sort of strategy a little bit of range.
さあでは、3つ目なんですけど、これもですねタンクのみというよりは、物理攻撃をするジョブ全般に関わってくるんですけど、ちょっとちゃんとお伝えしますね。はい。
And then the third item, and this doesn't apply just to tanks, but anybody who is making some kind of physical attack.
ちょっとカメラにします。そうですね、生カメにしてもらっていいですか。ですね、今までファイナルファンタジー14のベースのバトル計算式っていうものの中に、まあ皆さんねレイドとかやっててもこの攻撃は物理か魔法かみたいなよくあると思うんですけど、まあ当然物理攻撃の計算式と魔法攻撃の計算式っていうのがそれぞれ一つずつね存在してます。はい。
So of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we have this sort of calculations of the damage that is being dealt, and there's like a base or like a fundamental formula that is applied. And I'm sure those of you raters know to discern if an attack is a physical attack or a magical attack. And each of these have their own sort of formula to calculate the damage that is being dealt.
これは新生14レルムリボーンを開発した時に、作ったものなんですけど、当時ねどういうふうにさらにこうバトルをアップデートしていくかっていうのがいろんな可能性が取れるようにするためにこの物理攻撃っていうベース基礎計算数字と、魔法攻撃基礎計算値っていうのを、それぞれ設定してたんですね。別々に調整できるように、で、こっちが魔法攻撃力だとするとこっちが物理攻撃力。魔法の方がより複雑な計算をするかもしれないっていうので、こいつの値はちょっと高かったんですね。物理計算式のベースになってる値より。
And so, with
英語はあなた。
Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV being, oh, sorry.
どうぞお願いします。
When Final Fantasy XIV was being relaunched as A Realm Reborn, we tried to make sure that the programming is it allows for future updates in the battles, and we try to leave the different possibilities open. So the fundamental sort of physical damage calculations were set up so that we have two separate formulas going on. So we have the magic damage attack calculation, and then we got the physical attacks. And when we were initially thinking about these two separate ones so that we can adjust them separately, the team did determine that with the magic attacks, it does tend to be a bit more complicated in
Yes, it
the
does.
different calculations. So the base, like the fundamental value, is set just a little bit higher than the physical base fundamental numbers.
で、レベル80になってもこの差っていうのは縮まらない基礎値だったので、もう今後バランスをきれいに。
I mean, which is understandable. Magical attacks did always hit harder than physical ones.
基礎値を魔法と同じ値まで引き上げました。完全に同じ数字になるようにしました。はい。
And so, with the characters now leveling up to level 80, this fundamental number did not change as we raised the values. And so with this update, in order for us to make sure these are balanced, left, right, we kind of pulled up the physical base numbers so that it matches the magical damage.
Oh, nice.
で、じゃあそれをやるとどうなるかっていうと、
Cool.
物理攻撃が全体的に強くなるんですね。その計算の元に使ってる数字が上がるので、掛け算すると当然その数字でかくなると思うので、今まで使ってたそのベースが高くなった分、各アクションの威力ってところに書かれてる数字が総じて下がってます。
あ、なるほどね。
バランスをちょうど揃えるために威力の数字が落ちてます全部。はい。
So what that means is that with the base numbers being equalized, the physical attacks would naturally become stronger by default, because of course the fundamental number has been raised to match so that both of these are balanced. But that being said, we needed to calculate down so that the potency that is listed out as a number goes down.
なぜこの説明をこんな丁寧にね、吉田猫かわいいなみたいなそんなつもりでやってんじゃないんだよ。なんでこんな丁寧にやってるかというと、この後メディアツアーで各メディアの皆さんからスキルの多分スクリーンショットが出ると思うんですよ。その時にあれも弱体化されてる、これも弱体化されてる、あの数字も下がった、この数字も下がった、吉田は何近接に何か恨みでもあんのかみたいになるのを避けたいんですよ。なんで全体の基礎計算式が上がってるんで、その分掛け算したら高くなりすぎちゃうんで、数字は全部一律下げてるんで、そこはご了承くださいねっていう。はい。
People are saying Yoshida looks like a cat, but that's beside the point. So with the adjustment of the fundamental numbers going up, of course we have to adjust the potency numbers so that even if it's raised, it stays the same. So the numbers themselves look like they're low. So I wanted to bring this up because now that we're going into the media tour and we're going to have members of the media and influencers kind of play the game and see the potency, and they would take photos or screen captures of the game screen, and people might wonder, oh my gosh, have they nerfed some of these potencies? Oh no, this one has gone down too. What happened to all of these physical melee attacks? What the heck? But just please understand, the potency is noted as like a lower number, but that's only because our fundamental physical numbers have gone up, and it's to make it even out. So it's across the board. You might notice that difference.
はい、という説明でした。これはまあタンクだけではなく物理攻撃を行う、例えば近接命令 DPS もそうだし、遠隔命令 DPS もそうです。同じことが起きるので、
I'll be right back,
それぞれの項目でもまた軽くは触れますけど、ご承知おきください。
But of course, again, this is not just for the tanks, but anybody who is dealing physical attacks. So that means melee, like close range DPS, as well as ranged physical DPS, will be affected by these numbers.
なんか俺をヨシニャンって呼ぶのはやめろ。
Stop calling me Yoshinyan.
48歳のおじさんにそれはないだろう。
I'm 48 years old. Please stop calling me a cat.
あ、そうか。声だけだとね、機嫌悪いのってなるんで、確かに。まあ大丈夫です。ジョークなんで。はい。
And then people start to comment, oh, Yoshida sounds angry. No, don't worry, I'm not angry. I'm just joking.
はい。じゃあ続けて1行目ナイトいきましょうか。はい。
Okay, moving on to the Paladin.
はい。じゃあ1行目どうぞ。まあリクエストカットの、効果をね、残り MP 量気にせず使えるようにまあ調整したりとか、さらに、さっきね動画でもご覧いただいたと思います。コンフィテオールから派生する3段コンボ、勇者みたいな3段コンボが、追加されてます。まあ主になんで、まあこれ以外にね、もちろん多数の変更点追加あるんですけど、まあ代表的なところだけ。はい。
So of course, as you know, or I'm sorry, you see on the screen, Requiescat Cat will now be equally effective regardless of remaining MP, and then a 3-attack combo starting with Confiteor will be added. You may have seen in the job action trailer earlier, but yeah, there's this really neat sort of combo that happens after you launch Confiteor. So yeah, those are some of the major updates. Of course, there are other multiple different adjustments that we make to the tank, but those are the main ones that we want to pick up here.
まあナイトはいわゆる正当進化で、まあ何かがめちゃくちゃ変わるっていうことはない感じです。で、基本ローテーションはただちょっとあまりにも脳死にならないように少し工夫というか考える余地みたいなのを今回入れてあります。
So with Paladin, it's just a straight evolution, kind of keeping in the trend with Shadowbringers going into Endwalker. So it's not a drastic difference per se, but of course we don't want y'all to be brain dead as you're doing your rotation. So there are some aspects that will require some strategy, require some thinking.
で、突進のですね、インタービーンの要は撃てる距離が、5メートル伸びて20メートルになっているので、まあその辺の使い勝手の向上もさせてもらってます。
And the gap closer, intervene, has been adjusted as well. There's an additional 5 yalms you can move forward, so it's a total of 20 yalms you'll jump in.
さあ、では続いて戦士いきましょう。はい。
Okay, next up is the warrior.
まず一つ目。選手はですね、まあ範囲攻撃のローテーションをやるにも一定間隔でまあ
I've returned and haha warrior.
今回の範囲コンボだけでもそもそもバフが付与されるようになってます。付与も維持もできるので、まあなんか相互単体から範囲から単体みたいなところが割とスムーズになってます。
And then, so with this one, the first point, damage effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos. So I'm sure as you're playing Warrior, at one point you'd always have to insert Storm's Eye into it in order to kind of sustain. But we have made it so that it can be triggered and extended even if you're doing your AoE combos. So I think it's it causes for smoother transitions if you want to do like a single target rotation into like an AoE rotation and back and forth.
先ほど動画でももうすでにお気づきの方がいると思うんですけど、2つ目、オンスロートとアップヒーバルからビーストゲージ消費がなくなってます。
And then the second point, and you may have noticed this from the job action trailer, but Onslaught and Upheaval will no longer drain the beast gauge.
さらに、現象の解放の実行後に発動できる新しいアクションが追加されています。
And then there is a new action that will be available upon execution of inner release.
あと大きいのはですね、原初の解放のリキャストが、60秒になってます。まあその分だけ回転
I might have to
数が上がる
start
ので、
picking up a tank now.
回数は3回
Right, look, Warrior is looking like kind of sexy. I mean, Warrior was nice, but like I still prefer Dark Knight.
And
But like with these
the
changes, oh my
inner
goodness.
release, the recast time for that will be adjusted to 60 seconds. So you will have the effects for 3 times. And so I think that will kind of allow for like the frequency to be more often. So it kind of reduces that sort of dragging or lagging feeling.
あとはですね、オンスロート、さっきね、ビーストゲージ消費なくなったって言いましたけど、さらにオンスロートのチャージがタンク唯一の3なので、かつ新アクションがあれ結構遠距離からも打てるんで、実は機動力かなり高いです。
And then we mentioned about how Onslaught will not drain the beast gauge. We are also adjusting that to have a total charge of 3. And then with the new action that stems from it, it does allow for a lot of mobility.
あとは原初のタケリも今回パワーアップさせてあるので ST 性能も上がってます。
And then sorry, Gensho no Takeri was I want to say nascent. No, that's not it. ごめんなさい。I'm
いい
sorry.
よ、チェックしてから。
はい、チェックしてください。大丈夫ですよ。アクション名は難しいんですよ。
ごめんなさい、Genshoの。
ね、日本語と英語全く違いますからね。原初のタケリ。
That Omni life is gonna be awesome.
It is
I'm not gonna lie.
Nascent Flash will allow for it. So if you're off tanking, it will also help you there.
はい。という感じでございます。はい。あゆみさん大丈夫？進めて。
はい、大丈夫です。
はい。では続いて暗黒騎士いきましょう。
Okay, moving on to the Dark Knight.
まず一つ目、ソルトアースの設置位置がですね、結構こうめんどくさかったグラウンドターゲットで。
See, I knew Salted Earth looked different in the job
さらに
thing.
その、設置中に発生するアクションっていうのを新しく追加してます。
So with Dark Knight, Salted Earth will now affect the area immediately around you and make a new action available. You may remember you had to place your Salted Earth, but now it's going to appear where you are standing. And from there stems a new action.
Oh, nice.
Good.
That is so good.
Not gonna lie, that makes me actually want to do Dark Knight more because I hated the having to put my AoE down. It's so hard to do that with controller.
Pointless, so we have made adjustment there.
で続いて、プレイヤーが新しいアクション、習得するので英雄の英神もその新アクションを使うようになりますよ。
素晴らしい。
And so the second point was your Simulate will also gain a new action when you acquire one of the new job abilities. So your Living Shadow is going to learn new actions as well.
Nice. Free learning.
Yeah.
Free learning. Yes.
なんか 変わる
The evolution
ことは
of
ないんですけど、
Frey,
ただ
the
ブラッ
best
ドデリリアム
Pokemon.
のリキャストが、こちらも60秒になって、3回までの効果になってます。なのでやっぱりこっちも回転数は上がります。
And so I think with the Dark Knight, the rotations are pretty clean and straightforward. But one of the other changes that are being applied is Delirium. Recast time will be adjusted to 60 seconds, and that would be also affected up to 3 times. So again, I think frequency will go up again.
あとはプランチカットの、射程範囲も20メートルに、拡大します。5メートル伸びる。で、あとは新技でブラックナイトとは別に反対ターゲットの防御バフも追加されてます。
And so with Plunge, again, that is also going to extend its range another 5 yalms, so a total of 20 yalms. And then there will be a new action that's added separately from the Black Knight, would be a single target defense buff.
はい、暗黒騎士はこんなところで、続いてガンブレイカー行きましょう。
I think that's it for the Dark Knight, so moving on to Gunbreaker.
はい、まず一つ目、サベッジクロー、ビケットタロン、いわゆるあれですね、ソイルコンボですね。こちらがですね、ホットバー上で
Savage Claw and Wicked Talon will now swap in for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar, reducing the number of inputs. Yes, that was my biggest complaint for Gunbreaker. There was a lot of buttons to push.
Talon will now swap in for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar, reducing the number of inputs. But basically, your cartridge combo that starts off with Gnashing Fang will be like a one-button combo where it will kind of replace the Savage Claw, and Wicked Talon will swap in its place to do the combo.
なので、まあ、よくわかんないっていう人にとって詳しく言うと、まあ、ビートファングを使うと2段目のサベッジクローにアクションがもう自動的に置き換わるので、そのまま同じアクション実行すると、サベッジクローで、3段目のビケットタロンが、発動できるようになると自動的にそれも置き換わるっていうことで、ホットバーがかなり節約できるんじゃないかな。
So just to kind of explain it further, basically, you, like we mentioned, it's going to be a one-button sort of combo that's triggered when you start off with Gnashing Fang. And
I don't know much about Gunbreaker. All I know is flashy, flashy buttons.
Once you've triggered that, you move on to Wicked Talon. So I think it'll definitely save space on your hotbar.
It does.
まあその間に挟む追撃アクションがね、これまで通りコンティニュエーションからの自動置き換えなので、まあそこは継続されています。
And then for any sort of actions that are inserted in between, it will continue to be continue to be continued. It will be able to use.
Gotta farm that dungeon.
さあ、次。ファーストストライクの後にコンティニュエーションで、追撃可能になってます。
And then the second point clearly states continuation will be able to be used following burst strike.
そして、動画でも出てましたね。特性によりソイルが最大3スタックに、増加しております。
And then, of course, you may have noticed this in the trailer as well. A trait will raise the maximum number of cartridges to 3.
ラフディワイドの選択範囲もこれ他のタンクに合わせて5メートル延長されてます。
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Of
So
course,
you get one more
been,
cartridge now.
Adjusted to match the other gap closers in the tanks as well.
でやっぱりこれガンブレーカーはソイルの最大スタック数の追加がかなり大きくて、より結構戦略的になってるかなと。そのボスのタイムラインに合わせて開幕から全部使い切っていくのか、ちょっと抑えめに始めるのかっていうところは結構ポイントかなって思ってます。はい。
And then with the cartridges and the maximum stacks has been raised, I think that definitely adds an element of strategy. So you might want to decide if you want to go in full on and use up your different cartridges during the timeline, earlier in the timeline, or do you want to kind of save it for later, etc.
さてタンクは、おおむね以上でございます。
はい。
Okay, so I think that covers all of the tanks.
さあでは続いて、ロール、メレー DPS 近接物理 DPS いきましょうか。
Melee DPS time.
Next up is the melee DPS.
お願いします。
じゃあまずメレー DPS 共通の変更点からです。一つ目、牽制の効果内容がちょっと変わります。
Yeah, that's gonna be
So
nice.
First is something that applies to all melee
For
DPS,
feint.
but the effect for feint is going to change.
レイドでですね、
はい。
軽減の打ち合わせなどを盛んにヒーラーさんとタンク
More useful.
私車だから。
Instead of just for physical damage. Now it can be used across the board.
オートアタックの痛いところに置いときますねみたいな
なるほど
感じにちょっとなっていたので、
うん
はい、調整をしました。
So with this feint, and this is probably applicable to a lot of you who go into raids, and Yoshida being a black mage, he would discuss beforehand with the DPS and tanks and healers to kind of talk about, okay, so when are we going to place this? And they're like, oh, feint, maybe we'll place it where auto attack hurts the most. So we are going to adjust that.
まあでも実際うまい本当メレーの人って実際には超大技の後に来るオートアタックが実はめちゃくちゃ痛くて、タンクも防御バフ張った後なんで実は AA で落ちるがあるんですよ。なんでそこにね牽制結構効くんですよ。効くんですけど、まあ、今回、あまりにもなので、牽制の中に魔法ダメージ減少っていう効果も少しつけました。ただ当然効果量、魔法ダメージ軽減の効果量はアドル、キャスターが持ってる、軽減の方が大きくはなるんですけど、無駄っていうことはなくなります。はい。はい。
So I mean, to be fair, with some of these bosses, sometimes the attack, the auto attack that follows after the sort of tank buster or the large damage, hurts a lot, and it's immediately after the tank has already used up their defense buff. So sometimes it does come in really handy to place feint right after one of those really large attacks. So we will, there will be an additional effect of mitigating magic damage. Of course, that being said, the proper protection that you want to have against magic damage is addle that some of the casters would have, but just in case, I think that's a handy sort of benefit to it.
続いてですね、これさっきタンクでもお話しましたね、メレー DPS もそうですが、遠隔攻撃をした際に今までコンボ中断されてたんですけど、こちらも中断されないようになりますので、ご確認ください。
And then second point is similar to what we had discussed during the tank.
I mean, I think out of anything, that right there, the combos not being broken by ranged attacks is gonna be very nice adjustments.
Oh, yeah.
先ほどご説明しました、武器の物理基本性能の値というのを上げてますので、全体的に攻撃力が上がった分、威力という数字に関してはその上がった分だけ落としているので、ナーフしてるわけではなくて、計算式が変わったので、今までとは違いますよというのをご承知おきください。
And then third point is also, as we mentioned during the tank roll section, but again, with the adjustment of the fundamental damage attack calculation for physical attacks, we did have to adjust the potency so that it appears that the potency number might seem smaller, but it is still the same strength. We have not nerfed it. We just wanted to match it with the sort of upward adjustment of the fundamental calculation value.
はい。ではジョブのお話に入っていこうかなと思いますが、よろしいでしょうか。
Okay, so we are moving on to the different jobs within this role. We're good?
まずは、竜騎士からいきましょうか。
First is the Dragoon.
はい、まあ竜騎士もね、かなり
Nice. The AoE rotation is getting expanded, so that's nice.
So with the Dragoon, I think these also have a fairly clean and straightforward sort of rotation that you can utilize, but we've kind of expanded upon the AoE rotation.
で、あとはウェポンスキルのコンボローテーションをきれいに成功させていくと実行可能になる新しいアクション。これまあすげえ派手なやつが、多分出てたと思いますけど、はい、追加されてます。
And then for the second point, a new action will be available upon successful execution of weapon skill combo rotation. It is quite flashy. You may have noticed something really cool going on in the video, but
I did.
でですね、まあ新技追加されたり、まあ随分時間が経って古くなった技のアクションの上位版が登場して置き換えになったりしてます。なのでボタンがねめっちゃまた増えるわみたいなのはないです。はい。
So with this one, of course, there are just new actions that are being added with the new level tab. And then with some of the existing actions, and of course, throughout the years, we've kind of upgraded some of these existing actions to become like a higher version of certain actions. And we've just kind of swapped them in place of the base skill. So it's not like we're going to be adding like additional like button presses or like additional slots you'd have to fill.
で、青の流血は、今回特性に移動しましてですね、アクションとして実行したり、維持する必要はなくなりました。
And then Blood of the Dragon will now become a trait, and so there will no longer be a need to execute it as an action or to maintain it.
Blood of the Dragon is a trait.
Interesting.
これが発動できる技はすべて通常時に使用可能ということで調整されております。
So for any actions that required for the Blood of the Dragon to be activated will be available at all times because Blood of the Dragon will be a trait.
で、あとはですね、スパインダイブが2チャージになっているので、まあちょっとね移動に使いづらかったと思うんですけど、まあ移動用に1チャージ残しておけるように、あと溢れなければねロスすることはないので、1チャージ残しておけるようになってます。
And then Spine Shatter Dive is going to be changed to 2 charges. And some of you might have experienced.
Thank
I
God.
But now you'll have that one extra charge that you can probably save. So unless you kind of like waste it, but as long as you have it, you'll be able to use it.
Look, the way it works now, there's like barely enough time to not do 2, and it's very irritating.
Lance charge recast will be changed to 60 seconds, and Blood Litany recast will be 120 seconds.
Oh.
じゃあ力士以上でございます。
That's it for Dragoon.
さて続いて文句なんですけど、文句がすいませんまたでかく調整というかいろいろ入ってまして、まず疾風陣雷っていう
I think that is a good adjustment for Dragoon.
I think it is.
Yeah.
So you don't lose. I mean, some people may see us dumbing it down, but you're not losing blood either. You know, it's not
Dragoon's
dropping in between
complex
fight
enough.
phases. Yeah.
So we wanted to explain this a bit. First of all, the gameplay element of stacking greased lightning will be done away with. So we are going to allow for chakras to be unlocked at a lower level.
そしてですね、もう一個、新しいシステ
Oh
ム、
my.
必殺技っていうものを、搭載することになりました。
And then we are implementing a new system that we called Masterful Blitz.
ですね、もう全体的に拡張されてるんですけど、まず新しく3つのチャクラっていうものが、出てきます。
So I mean, it's been adjusted fairly significantly overall, but so just going into a bit, we will have 3 chakras.
でさらに陰と陽2つの陶器があって
And then so there will be like a yin and a yang.
その組み合わせによって必殺技の中身が変わります。
And so getting like a balance of those chakras and the 2 different types of it will allow for the different skills to be activated.
はい。ちょっと分かりづらいよね。でまあチャクラを付与する仕組みって踏みなりが起動条件になってるんですけど、踏みなりが、2スタック、チャージのアクションになってます。
So with this chakra system, you will need to activate it using perfect balance, but perfect balance is going to be a charge action that can stack up to 2.
しかも、チャージタイム40秒なので回転が速いです。
And stack, each stack is charged up every 40 seconds, so it's quite fast.
で手数で押すっていうコンセプトは変わってないです。ただ必殺技が入って忙しさがめっちゃ上がるんで、聖剣好きと総称打の2つは方向指定が今回なくなりました。
I want to see how this masterful blitz is going to work as far as like balancing the different weapon skills.
Going through these different skills has not changed,
especially under the effect of perfect balance
of masterful blitz. It does get a lot busier. So we have adjusted True Strike and Twin Snakes to not have like a directional condition.
Did I just hear that right?
はい。いいですよね。ここまでいいです。大丈夫です。で、
So no positionals?
Right.
At least for those stances.
Wow.
And I know a lot of you had enjoyed using this and it felt great, but we will be taking shoulder tackle away.
Oh shit.
But in its place, we will be adding a gap closer or like a rush action per se. It will not be something that you use your fist.
ただ味方ターゲットして移動もできるので。
But it is.
その味方が離れてくる。
So basically, they're getting rid of the shoulder tackle for that insta move. I guess if you want to go DBZ term instant transmission.
Oh, I know a monk person that's gonna cry about that.
Target your ally or your party member to rush over to them. So, say you needed to kind of go towards somebody who had dispersed and went off into the distance. You can rush over to them. So kind of like there's an action that's similar in the Black Mage's kit, but you can go in there to kind of close your distance with your party member.
まあクローマーの場合だと魔文を置いておいてボルボルにステップした後魔文に戻るできるんだけど、今回敵もターゲットできるので、敵から味方へ味方から。
Oh, what the what?
打ってしまうわけにいかんので、そうですね。はい、殴らない技には。
So, I mean, with the Black Mage, though, you would place the ley lines and then take a step and rush into your party member and then just go back to the ley lines. But with this new monk action, you can target where you're going to be moving to. So it's not just like a going back and forth. You can target your ally to rush over to them and then maybe run towards the enemy. So because of that, and you will be able to target your party members. You don't want to shoulder tackle your allies, but
味方は殴っちゃいけませんよねっていう話。そうですね。はい。
Interesting. That's interesting.
ましょうかという感じ
Yeah.
でございますが、どうしもう説明じゃちょっとわかんないと思うんで。
Tackle your
We
allies.
want to show off an
I mean,
example
I
of
kind of like that whole
on
concept
the
of it. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are going to be a lot of people that are not going to like the
Because
whole
I
they're
think just
removing
explaining
shoulder
it with
tackle,
words
because I know
may not
shoulder tackle also
be
does additional damage to the
optimal
boss
in terms of
or
trying
to
get
your
the
target.
message across.
But like now, there is no reason for freaking monks to be greeting and be like, "Oh, I can't get to you." Yeah, you can. You have a whole gap closer that says you can
Oh, here
target me and
comes an
get to you.
example.
なんだこれに見える。Everything looks new.
Like the music.
新エリアですからね。
ね。
Ooh, look at the buildings.
I'm jealous of the inventory though. Let's talk about that.
まあ当然ですけど、
All clean.
お伝えしてあるデノミネーション
Thavnir.
入ってる状態なので、
Thavnir area.
もう
Just look
全
at
体
it.
ギュッて
Can't
縮
wait.
んだ状態です。
Pictures.
And just a word of note, downscaling has been already implemented in this build, so please don't be surprised if the numbers feel a lot more compact.
はい。
Okay, that's actually
Okay.
cool. I like that.
So as you can see, that's the 3 stacks.
まあテクニカルではあるとは思いますけど、
うん
はい、30秒でチャージされます。で必殺技だけありますよ。
Quite technical with a 30-second charge. So let me show you the Masterful Blitz.
はい、お願いします。
Yeah, I want to see that. I like to see the yin and yang effect with
気
this.
になり。
Balance.
あ、ここにこれ溜まってんの見えますかね。3つ。
Can you see the 3 kind of below that chakra gauge, kind of glowing there?
はい。これがチャクラですね。でここに必殺技が出てるんで、
おお。
これ3つ違う
Ooh.
チャクラを
あで。
つけた時に出せる必殺技。
And so once you have those charged, up to 3 chakras that are opened up, you can unleash your Masterful Blitz.
で、それ今1個使ったことによって、
はい。
陽
よ
Teasing with this
陽
music
の
too.
よのよですね。
陶器が。
はい。
They are teasing with the music.
So, of course, once we have used that stack of 3, we now have an element that's associated with it. Between the yin and the yang, it's yang at this time.
で、例えばね、3つとも同じ。
あ、
早期砲がね、ここに来てます。
So, we have something there right now. But another example is if we have 3 of the same.
うん。今イン
インが
インが
ついてますね。
はい。
Yin.
インはいいんですよ。
インの陶器が
はい。インの陶器。
インの陶器がついてますね。
The yin and yang. It wasn't in my glossary, so I'm going with yin and
そう
yang.
ね、
But
まだないもんね。で、この状態で、
はい
さらにチャクラをつけて、
あ
はい、一番
おー
は
は。
so now you have the other side, and then you stack your 3 chakras again, and then you unleash a pretty flashy move there in your Masterful Blitz.
なるほど。
はい。というわけで忙しいので、まあこの、聖剣好きと、総称だけ候補指定がなくなって、まあ他は残って
なるほ
ます。はい。
But yes, so as you can see, it is quite busy with trying to maintain that gauge. So that's why we adjusted the 2 True Strike and Twin Snakes to not be restricted to a particular direction.
ではこれ以上はね、
はい
メディアの皆さんの
そうです。
仕事を奪ってしまう。
Okay, I like that. I kind of like
So I
that
think
because
we will
now
leave it at that.
the
And we don't want to take away from
the Masterful Blitz has that different, based on whatever your yin and yang is. It now has a very different attack. So that's actually pretty cool. I like that. I really like that.
はい。
Yeah, that's really cool.
さあでは、続いて侍行きましょうか。
お願いします。
Next up is
Right,
Samurai.
Busen? Yeah, I saw that the dragon got their old AoE pole dancing back. Yes, I appreciate that
範囲
one.
コンボでも付与できるようになったので、これ戦士とも同じです。範囲めっちゃだるかったと思うので、ここは相当快適になるんじゃないかなと思います。
So first one is effects granted by Jinpu and Shifu can now also be applied by AoE combos. This is kind of similar to the warrior, but when you're doing your AoEs, it won't be so like not boring, but like it's strenuous and time consuming because the effects are applied to AoE combos as well.
新たな居合術と、つまべ返しに相当するアクション、新たに追加されております。
A new Iai Jutsu and an action in the vein of Tsubame Gaishi will be available.
ちょっと待ってね。竜騎士のコメントがね結構で、もちろん竜騎士もねちゃんと範囲書きましたね。範囲のローテーションちゃんと拡張されてるんで、そう竜さんも大丈夫ですよ。
People seem to be concerned about the Dragoon, but I did write it down. We have expanded upon the AoEs.
パワポに書いてあるんでご確認ください。
It's on the PowerPoint. Don't worry. Please check.
で、ですね、侍なんですけど、やっぱピュアメレー DPS として思いっきり正当進化です。
So with the samurai, of course, we wanted to kind of expand upon that pure melee DPS.
新技追加が主なんですけど、ツバメ返し、それから名教水のが2チャージのアクションになってるので、コンテンツに合わせてのね、開幕バーストとか調整の余地っていうのは結構増えたかなと思います。
And of course, with the samurai, because it's just a straightforward sort of evolution from the last expansion, we have just primarily added new actions, but the Tsubame Gaishi and Meikyo Shisui have become stackable to 2 charges. So whenever you go into
So it looks like they're doing a lot of
a fight with that sort of
should you
burst
miss
of,
the first time, you have a now second
there
chance to
is
get it
a bit of wiggle
with
room
adding
if
the
you
2
wanted to,
charges.
like, make adjustments there.
With
Yeah, I mean that's what it looks like.
コンボの3段目に該当するアクションを打つと、コンボ2段目のバフが得られる。名教室の状態の時だけですけどね。そんな風になってるんで、使い勝手自体も向上してると思います。
And then when you are under the effect of Meikyo Shisui, and then you go into that third phase of your combo rotation, you will be granted the effects of that second combo action. So we're hoping that that will allow for ease of use to be improved.
はい。はい。じゃあ侍は以上で。はい。
Okay, so that covers the samurai.
では、続いて忍者です。はい。
Next up is ninja.
こちらまず一つ目ですけど、フートン、ドトン、ライトンにです。それぞれにそれらをベースとするアクションっていうのを追加しています。
So with this one, actions linked to Raiton, Doton, and Futon will be added.
で、あとはですね、アクションで、フートンを付与できるっていうものが追加されているので、
And actually making it easier to apply a futon would be
added.
And then an action making it easier to apply Futon would be added. So whenever you do want to sort of apply or keep Futon, and it should allow for you to do that.
Okay, that's nice. And that would be interesting to see how they apply that.
これ以上忙しくならないようにしてあります。
And of course, with the ninja, it is quite busy, and of course, you can't miss any of those ninjutsus that you are doing. So we tried our best not to make it even busier than it is already.
ステッチに4因は勘弁してくれって書いてあるんですけど、残念、4因はございません。
なるほど。
はい。
People are saying, "Oh, we don't want the fourth sigil," but don't worry, we do not have that.
かつですね、今回映画がなくなっております。ですのでドットがなくなりました。
And of course, we have done away with Shadow Fang, so the dot will be gone.
Oh, no dot.
They took the dot. They took the dot.
で、分身の術の効果時間中に使える専用アクションなんかも、追加されたりしております。
And then, of course, as mentioned, there are some new actions that are linked to Doton and Raijin, as you may have seen in the video. And then when you are using the, I'm sorry. Whenever you're using the Bunshin, there is going to be a specific action that will be added to that as well.
はい。大体忍者。
はい。ありがとうございます。
That should cover ninja.
はい。そして、近接メロディー
Reaper
は、こちらでございます。
お、出ました。
新ジョブリーパーでございます。はい。
Notice how Reaper got their own
Last but
thing.
not least,
Well, yeah, 'cause it's a new class.
Yeah, it's a new class. Yeah.
まずですね、お伝えしていきましょう。両手釜、新しい武器、両手釜による攻撃、自分自身の攻撃と、自分にくっついてきているアバターという、キャラクターとの連携で攻撃をしていきます。で、最終的にはアバターを自分自身に表示させて、融合するみたいなことができます。
So of course with Reaper, they use the scythe, like a double-handed scythe, to attack. So you have your own attacks that you are unleashing, and then you have the avatar that will also attack at the same time. So you're attacking in tandem, and then plus you will be able to service the avatar's vessel, and so you allow for it to kind of possess you to unleash even more powerful attacks.
続いての項目どうぞ。で、1個だけ、シナジーパーティー強化するシナジーパーティー。
Just one job that does this. It's able to grant enhancements to party. Sorry, this is the only like synergy related action that this job has.
そう動画でもね、なんか知人さんかなからなんかね、まがまがしいものを撮ってましたね、なんかね。
You may have noticed in the video, Reaper was trying to take something out of the bard. It looked kind of ominous.
で、移動結構特徴的だったりもするんですけど、どうぞ。特定の状況で、結構役立つアクションとか、特徴的な動作をするアクションが結構多いです。のでちょっとまたタイプが違いますね、やっぱ進捗だけあって。はい。
And you may have also noticed this in the video, but some of the movements that the Reaper does is quite unique as well. And so it says here, unique and specialized actions give them an edge in specific combat situations.
I would imagine that they would.
ざっくりですね、流れのイメージをちょっと冒頭でね、まずご説明しようと思います。はい。
So just a very rough and sort of general explanation of the flow here.
まずこの画面にある2つのゲージなんですけど、1つがソウルゲージ。はい。
So if you take a look at the job HUD there, you see two different sort of gauges, but one of them, the top one, is the soul gauge.
で、ソウルゲージを貯めて、 アバターと一緒に攻撃ウェポンスキルを使うその、ソウルゲージを消費しています。
And then, so you would charge up the soul gauge in order to unleash different attacks. And this also applies to some of the attacks that you unleash together with your avatar. And that would sort of deplete some of the charge that is built up in the soul gauge.
でそのアバターと一緒に戦うとシュラウドゲージっていうのが今度はたまるので、それが一定以上たまるとアバターと融合できるようになるので、最終的にはアバターと融合してさらに特別なコンボをバラしていくみたいなのが基本になります。
And then once you unleash the weapon skills using your own attacks plus the avatar, then a second gauge starts to fill up. That is the shroud gauge. And with this accumulating charge, then it will eventually allow for you to kind of let the avatar kind of merge with you. You would become the avatar's vessel, and then you are able to unleash even stronger special combos. So that's kind of like the basic flow.
Oh, that's going to be interesting to learn.
ピュア DPS に近いです。結果。そうなりました。
So because of that, I think we lean towards that sort of pure melee DPS. It kind of resulted in that way.
侍の方がピュアではありますけど、侍と同等のピュアメレディペースとは言わないですけど、
I want to say, I think with the being able to buff the party, it's not completely pure.
Pure melee DPS. So it's not quite as extreme as the samurai, but I think it does skew towards that sort of melee, pure melee.
じゃあこちらも見ないとわかんない。
If it's only one skill that buffs the party, it might as well still be pure DPS.
コメントを見たので実況を見てみましょうか。
And I think I see a lot of comments in YouTube, I think, saying that, oh, but we won't understand unless you show it to us, please. Peek. Show us just a little bit. So allow us to show it on the gameplay screen.
さあどうぞ。
こちらが
Small Reaper.
I know, small Reaper.
So tight.
She has ice.
Oh, if you notice in the background, there's a tower back there, so it's all the way out there too.
And look, more turtles.
Oh, turtles never change.
Oh, this reminds me of a certain outfit that a certain producer director of a game had worn at a certain event and stood next to our sort of CEO and made people wonder, what kind of game is this?
I'm still loving the music in the background.
ざっとゆっくりちょっと動かしますね。
ほい。
So just a rough overview and kind of take you step by step.
お願いします。Please.
準備をします。
Sorry, one moment. We're gonna prep.
でこれ一個ね、アビリティじゃね、シナジのやつかけました。
Ooh.
でなん
You've
か
applied the synergistic
デバフを
ability
入れました。
and applied a debuff.
で、
Yeah, it looks like it has positionals. So it does have the flank in front.
Back side.
おいしょ。
I'm sorry, side attack and
Yes.
back attack. Oops. I think we ran out of charge, sorry.
Well, not front, but side and back. So it does have its positionals.
まず。
Well, yeah, that makes sense for a
Left
melee.
linking back, yeah.
So
I was
as you
muted.
can see, when you continue with the enemy, the
You're
soul gauge,
fine.
kind of fills up.
I would give it a go. Like I said, I haven't really played Melee, but I would give it a go.
で、
I'd give it the old college try.
形でこう
I mean, I'm gonna do it just because, you know,
Well, ma'am, you have 80s across the board,
Jump in with the
so
I do. You know, I try to learn
so
all the
perfectionist,
classes.
not perfectionist, completionist.
Yeah, I'm about to say not a perfectionist in no way, shape, or form, but I do try to learn all the classes across the board so I can have an understanding of it. So this is gonna be
で、
fun.
こうですね。
I mean, it looks like it's gonna be fun. It's probably more fun. I don't know. It's probably gonna be more fun than it was for me when I was leveling samurai. And
Oh, look at the mask
oh,
came
your
off.
mask came off. You actually changed. Your whole outfit changed.
一人一人にあり
Oh,
ます。
cool.
That's cool.
But yeah, each
I
of your
wonder if it's-
characters will take on its own form, or not its own form, but I'm sorry, it's going to take form, and it'll still be your character.
完全にダークサイドになりました。
落ちてます。
Yeah, now, yeah, he completely
Oh.
goes into the
I wonder if that only affects the AF though, the Reaper
Nah,
gear.
I bet it'll be like what that form is that we just saw. I bet you
Oh,
that'll
it'll just be the
form.
overall form. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
This is very, very emo.
To basically give you a cue that you're in that form.
で、ちょっと移動アクションなんですけど、変わってまして、このポジションから向いている進行方向に対して前に移動するアクションと、
はい
後ろに移動するアクションがあります。
So as for a gap closer, there's a move where it'll allow for you to move towards like forward, and then there's a way to move kind of backwards.
はい。
で、その位置にですね、ゲートを開けておくことができる一定時間、勝手に残るんですけど、これでここにゲートを残る。
はい。
はい。
So basically, you'll be opening a gate of sort, like a rift that you can go through, and it stays open for a certain amount of time.
That's cool. That is really
で
cool. I actually like that.
なるほど。
So if you are able to move before the gate closes up, you can go back to whatever position you started off on.
Okay, I like that. I definitely like that.
It's very clever.
僕今調整メインで別にリーパー使ってるわけじゃないんですけど、調整でリーパー使ってるのはですね、アンチにあらかじめ一旦ゲートを置いておいて、
はい、
ギリギリまで殴って戻るみたいなことやってました。
なるほど。
Of course, right now we're just making adjustments to it, so it's not like this is a main job or anything. But a way to go about using this gate is to kind of leave it where it's in front of like an enemy of sorts, and then you close the gap towards them, hit them, and then go back.
That is so much greed. I'm telling you right now. Anybody that perfects this, that's gonna be the nicest greed ability ever. If you think about it.
But before then, there's going to be a lot of dead Reapers.
It's gonna be a lot of dead Reapers
trying to perfect that.
Well, I mean, it is fashioned after Dragoon, so we'll just have another floor tank.
早いですよ、融合した後。
Really quickly after letting the avatar take over.
Oh Lord, look at that.
すごい。Yeah, it's really fast.
That's so
融合
pretty.
するとちょっとプレイ速度変わるので、結構テクニカルですね。で今までのようになんだろう、単体技でゲージを貯めてっていうよりは、このソウルスライスとか割とチャージアクション使って一気に50貯めて。
Also have to keep in mind too, this is the stat squish has already been implemented on what he's playing on too, so.
どんどん切り替えていくことになるんで、プレイ感今までとかなり違います。
But with the tempo of these different actions that you have to do, it is quite fast. So it does require a lot of like technical aspect of it. And it's not necessarily like a single target all the time. Sometimes it's like a soul slice, and adding some different abilities in there. It's not like an endurance thing. Like you don't like build and build and build and build and unleash at one time, but it's quite fast. So I think the play style is quite different from what we had previous with it compared to any of the existing jobs.
でもなんだろう、一通りと全自分触ってますけど、テンポはすごい気持ちよくてね、楽しかったです。
That being said, looking at the different jobs, this one included, the tempo does feel really good, so I think it is quite interesting.
これはね、結構やり込んでいただけるんじゃないかなと。
And so I think the more you get your hands on it and try it out, I think it's something that you can kind of master and try to make the most out of it, because it is quite fun.
ガス欠にならないようにしていかなきゃいけないんでね。だからまあもう、まあ、人気がきっと出るだろうなと思って、もうちょっと優しめにしたかったんですけど、意外となんだろう、いい感じの難しさになったかなとは思うんで、まあ練習したらしただけ面白いかなとは思うんで。
But of course, you have to be mindful of like resource management and making sure that your gauges are up and you're going through this properly, managing it properly. And of course, with this being a new job, very flashy moves, we expect it to be very popular. And so we were torn about making it a little bit less challenging, so to speak. But I don't know, I think it's a good kind of difficult. And again, it's something that would be fun to kind of master. And the more you delve deeper into it, the more I feel like you can get out of it.
まあベースのコンボには方向指定がないんですけど、アバターとやる技みたいな時は方向指定が存在するものもあります。なんかそこはどっちかというと味付けです。はい。
Of course, the base combo doesn't.
I love that the server at the top right is called Media Tour 2021.
Right. Like we are not gonna tell you anything.
It adds flavor to the different abilities that you're unleashing.
簡単じゃんって今度コメントがあるんだけど、さっき言ったように早く高速移動しながらなんだ高速で回さなきゃいけない中で出てくるんで、しかもさっき使ったのどっちだっけとか出てくるんで、そんなに簡単ではなかったですよ。はい。
And then we also have those people saying, "Oh, but it's an easy job" in the comments, which is not true. You are going to be moving around the battlefield pretty quickly, and you're also trying to get through your rotations very quickly. So, and you also have to remember, okay, so I've used this skill, so where does it connect to next? So it's not easy per se.
今ね YouTube でね LB3 を見せてくれる
プロテストが始まってます。
Twitch もそうなんですけど、残念ながらですね、僕今日今使ってるこのメディアツアーのワールドはですね、デバッグコマンドの LB3 フリーが使えないんですよ、残念ながら。
I also see comments saying that, oh, we want to see Limit Break 3, but I'm afraid this is in this world that we created for the media tour, we don't have the debug command to unleash the LB3, or we don't have the debug command LB3 freeze, so sorry, I'm not able to show it to you.
ただですね、もうすでに公開しているベンチマークトレーラーの最後にゼノスが使ってるなんかすごいやつがリーパーの LB3 です。
ああ、なるほど。
はい。
But that being said, you may have seen the benchmark trailer, but when you see Xenos at the end and he does this really flashy move, that is the Reaper's LB3.
なのであれをご覧いただくと LB3、リーパーの LB3 がこういうやつかっていうのがわかります。はい。
So I think that would be a good reference if you want to see what the
Everybody gonna go back and look at it again, benchmark.
はい。で
Mm-hmm.
はちょっとこれでまあリーパー終わりにしようと思うんですけど、 まあ2時間になるんで、
そうなんです。
3休憩
はい。なので、ここらで一旦ちょっと手短に10分ぐらい、10分休憩ぐらいが挟みたいなと。で、休憩明けたら残りの遠隔シリーズの DPS とヒーラーに行こう。
全然4時間どころじゃねえな。
おかしいな。数字で言いますと、当初思ってたら今40分ぐらい押してます。かかるもんですね。
So, we have actually clocked in about 2 hours now, and we haven't gotten through all the. Well, we've gotten through the melee DPS, but I think we would like to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back into.
This is a good time for a 10-minute break.
Yeah, we're
It is.
on a 40-minute delay at this point.
Yeah.
So we want to take a quick break.
ですので、ここから10分間休憩取りたいと思います。予定外のマジ休憩なので、お供は特にございません。本当の休憩でございます。So now we want to have a 10 minutes break. It's pure break, so we have no video to show during this break. So 10分後にお会いしましょう。では、let's see you again in 10 minutes.
So it's a good time for everybody to kind of stretch their legs, get some water, something to snack on, things like that.
Yes. So, a lot of stuff.
There was a lot of stuff. I'm still like, over Summoner.
I'm excited.
Oh, very much so.
I'm curious what they're gonna say about the bard changes.
We're about to find out.
Because
Yep.
it looks like, because with bard you're kind of trying to build up a rotation to go faster, but only one skill really does that, and it's only for one song. But it looks like they've either added a new song to make those skills pop faster with the new gauge, or maybe they've added, because they used Army's Paeon. Army's Paeon doesn't typically make anything go faster. That's mostly like a cooldown song while you wait for the rest of it to come back. But it looks like maybe that song is going to be getting that kind of treatment now.
We'll see. We had nothing but to see.
Yeah.
I'm going to go grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
I will be back too. Stretch around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
はい、戻ってまいりました。
はい戻りました
第66回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブ、ジョブのご説明を続けております。Welcome back to the Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live number 66. We are now explaining the job changes. はい。
さあ
続いてまいりましょうか。
行きましょうか。続いてはごめんね。遠隔物理 DPS です。はい。
So our physical ranged DPS.
ですね。はい。
Okay.
じゃあまず
I am ready
からなんですけど、
for all the things that are DPS.
さっきお話しした基本武器の性能を上げてるんでというお話になっております。
And so for the physical ranged DPS, and this goes across all of the jobs within this role, the parity between the physical and magical damage attributes of weapons will be at the same, and then it's just similarly to what we had explained about how we're
I love the music for Dauridia,
the physical
the last boss.
damage calculation numbers.
まあそれぞれがオーソドックスに進化している感じなので、まあこの後説明していきます。
And each job is just, they have been updated accordingly in a fairly orthodox manner. So we'll just jump into each individual ones.
で、共通しているポイントとしてもう一個あって、ダメージ軽減系の、バフですね。パーティーバフは3ジョブともリキャストが90秒になってます。
But there's one additional point that applies across the physical range DPS jobs is that any sort of
Why does the bar look
that
crazy?
mitigate damage, the recap timer has been
I wasn't trying to say anything about that.
さあでは銀融詩人からいき
The
ましょ
bar
う。
Yeah.
looks kind of yeah.
The bar look like them late night music sessions has got to him finally.
All right, here we go.
どうぞ。まず既存3種類の戦火アクションから派生する、まあ、パーティーバフアクションを追加しております。
Says each of the 3 songs will make available a new action that applies a party-wide enhancement.
まあ歌によるね支援を結構リクエストされる機会が多かったので、はい、既存3つの戦火アクションから派生して効果内容がねこうさらに上昇していくみたいなパーティーバフを追加してます。
So of course, there has been a lot of feedback and requests for more like abilities that would allow for like support using songs. And so we wanted to take the existing 3 songs that the bard has in its kit and kind of add a sort of party buff and something that would enhance its effect.
で、まあエイペックスアローから発生する新アクションが追加されてたりします。
And then a new action will be available upon execution of Apex Arrow.
旅心のメヌエットとかバトルボイスがリキャスト120秒合わせになるなど、細かく調整が行われています。
And then other adjustments include Wanderer's Minuet and Battle Voice recast timers have been adjusted to match 120 seconds, and other various adjustments have been made.
Oh.
Hmm.
Right.
Hmm.
Sorry, one moment.
That lengthens the amount of time that the songs can be played again.
Mm-hmm.
はい、大丈夫です。まあ詩人はそんなところです。はい。で続いてコメントでも変えるとこあんまねえだろうって言われてる貴公子なんですが、はい、貴公子に行きたいと思います。
And then next up is I'm seeing comments that, well, machinist, there's really not much you can change with the machinist, but we'll talk about the machinist anyway.
まあ一つ目機械をモチーフにした新アクション回転のこぎりが追加されてます。強そう。
So the first one, a new
Ooh,
mechanically themed action
cool.
called Chainsaw will be added.
であとはですね、動画にもありましたオートマトンクイーンに新しい攻撃アクションが追加されています。
And then this was featured in the video as well, but a new action will be added for the automaton queen.
そうですね、他だと整備が、2チャージのアクションになってます。
And then in other changes, reassemble is now going to be chargeable up to 2 charges.
でこちらはですね、管理が必要なので、溢れないように、適時使っていただく必要が出てきます。
And of course, with this ability being charged, you don't want to waste once it's charged up. So please make sure that you are kind of strategically placing it and allowing to build up as needed.
あとは本当主に新技追加で、少ないホットバーで快適っていうところは、変わらない形にしてあります。
And then the rest of the adjustments are primarily just new actions being added. We have not changed the concept of trying to keep the number of abilities that are assigned to your hotbar and still play comfortably.
はい、講師も以上となっています。はい。
So that's it for the machinist.
Okay, that's short and sweet.
踊り子ですが、
Yeah.
こちらどうぞ。
Dancer's gonna be the one that definitely has the most because they had a lot of new
ウェ
shit.
ポンスキルで、付与されるリバースカスケード自己化とかのバフがですね、単体と範囲で共有化されるようになります。
Okay. I like that.
Weapon skill effects such as Flourishing Cascade will now be shared across single target and AoE skills.
Nice.
他にはですね、どうぞ。この辺のテクニカルフィニッシュ、インプロとかですね、攻めの単語からさらに発生するアクションっていうのが今回追加されています。
And then new actions will be available upon the execution of technical finish, improvisation, and devilment.
踊り子はバファーのね要素が強い DPS として、そのまま進化してます。はい。
So of course with the dancer, it does allow for different buffs to be applied, or they allow for
I like that new action
applying
be
different buffs
available.
to your party members, and so we kind of
Improvisation.
kept that direction with the update here.
単体とさっきお話したように、単体と範囲で面倒だったプロックの、管理を統一してあります。
I like how so relevantly that they're playing the dancer music at this point.
Applied sometimes, and it was
Yeah.
It's a very good
hassle
coincidence.
because you had to differentiate between like single target versus
Favorite music
AoE,
from Final Fantasy IX.
box that had to be managed
Of
between
course.
those, was made or is going to be made simpler.
でですね、快適性をね今回向上させるために、単体アクションのみ、ダンスのステップアクションにこう切り替わってたんですけど、ダンスモードに入ると、今回範囲攻撃も同様に、ステップアクションに置き換わるようになってるので、ホットバーを切り替えね、範囲と、単体で分けてた人は範囲側でもそれができるようになるので、かなり楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。はい。
And so, because we tried to make things a bit more smoother in terms of like executing your different rotations. Previously, whenever you were doing a single target attack and your hotbar switched to the different step actions, and you'd have to switch over because AoE does not have that kind of simplicity. We actually updated it so that you don't have to worry about it with the AoE attacks. It's in a similar system where it'll switch into that sort of dance step action mode where the buttons will be replaced by the necessary next steps. So I think before, if you had to manage like 2 separate hotbars for single targets versus AoE attacks, I think it makes things a lot more simpler. Yeah.
Nice.
成功させる
Very, very nice.
っていうのがあるんですけど、
Interesting.
踊り子本人だけ今回から、確率蓄積じゃなくて、本人だけ 確定で蓄積するようになっております。はい。
And then, of course, there's a spirit, which is applied sometimes when a dance is successful, and it's applied. Sometimes it's applied to yourself at random, but we've changed it just for the dancer themselves. It's going to a spirit is going to build. It'll be guaranteed to build.
Oh, nice.
大体割とそんな感じです。
はい。
Okay, so that's it for dancer.
まあ詩人が本人に影響がないってやつはね、まだ現場で調整してるんで、今はちょっと
I appreciate that. So regardless of whoever your partner is, you're guaranteed to get it.
People were talking about with
So nice.
Bard doesn't seem to take any sort of effect on the self. I'm afraid we are still making adjustments still, so I can't confirm nor deny on that point.
はい。
Yoshi is like, hi. Not making no commentary on that.
I know.
Some people are commenting
Bards
that
are like,
we can negotiate.
Yeah, we're over here just not happy.
Like, we buff everybody else. What about us?
Well, the songs give bards other
Yeah, I mean, they give us other benefits.
So
Oh.
in that regard, I can be like somewhat okay with it, because it's like, no, we don't get the buff, but it fills up our apex arrow gauge and helps us do that really nice potent attack. So
And I do see that people are commenting on, oh, why is it just Bard? Why? It's not fair. But I mean, this affects the damage that is being dealt, and we do need to look at it from a balance perspective. We also made adjustments to the dancer too, where some of the damage has been sort of adjusted as well. So please understand.
はい。では次いきますよ。
行きましょう。
はい。
Okay, magical ranged.
遠隔
My summoner gotta go
で
last.
すね。こちら共通項はですね、シンプルにアドルのお話で、アドルにも
Or not
さっ
last.
き牽制に魔法ダメージ
Healer.
の効果を少しつけますよと。
I mean, I'm just saying last as far as
アドルに
explanations.
は物理ダメージの減少効果を少しだ
So Adol took the same thing as faint, so that's good.
So with magical ranged DPS, of course there is the major change would be to Adol, kind of similar to what we've done with Feint, where it adds just a little bit of magic damage mitigation or reduction. With Adol, it'll allow for just a little bit, but some reduction of damage in physical attack.
さあでは各ジョブの話に移っていこうと思います。
はい。
まず黒魔導士です。
So going into the individual jobs, first is the Black Mage.
まず一番でかい変更点がですね、エノキアンが特性に変わりました。アストラルファイヤーかアストラルファイヤー付与される的にエノキアンも
Wow, yes.
So I think one of the most major changes is that Enochian will be a trait that is automatically applied while under the effect of astral fire or umbral ice.
Oh boy.
悩まなかったわけではないんですけど、
Oh boy.
これが分かりにくさをさらに生んでたり、なんだろう、プレイヤーの間のこう火力差を結構生んじゃってたので、ここはそうすることにしました。はい。
And this was actually a very hard decision, or like it did require a lot of thinking, because while it was it was causing a disparity with the player's skill. So
My
we decided
Eno-chan!
that we were going to make the update.
No, not my
で特定の状況でですけど、アストラルファイヤーとアンブラルブリザードを切り替える まあさらに特定の条件がある中でアストラルファイアとアンブラルブリザードを切り替えると発動できる、すごい魔法が、炎と氷が合わさって最強に見えそうな魔法が追加されてます。
And under certain conditions, swapping between astral fire and umbral ice will make new actions available, one of which is a fairly cool looking, it looks like a combination of fire and ice kind of a spell.
まあ黒魔同士はやっぱり侍同様にピュア DPS としてまあ戦闘進化してます。蘇生も持ってません。はい。はい。
And with the Black Mage, of course, kind of like the Samurai, we wanted to kind of evolve it as a pure DPS. Of course, no raise capabilities.
でやっぱりさっきお話ししたようにね、初心者の方にも火力格差がちょっとね広がりやすかったので、エノキアンを特性化してます。
And of course, going back to Enochian, it was quite hard to grasp for certain players, especially those who are unfamiliar with the different the Black Mage actions, and it did cause a disparity between the damage dealt. So we have decided to change Enochian to be a trait.
他にはですね、ファイガプロックとかサンダープロックの継続時間、プロックの継続している時間
That's a button gone.
あるので、
Yep, that is definitely a guarantee button gone.
その分サンダープロックの継続時間を伸ばしたりしてます。
Make room for that new attack.
And then the proc that is applied whenever for Fire 3 or I'm sorry, Fire 4? Sorry, Faiga is Fire 4, sorry. And Thunder. And the proc that is applied whenever those are in effect has been extended because it helps with the rotations, and there are more things that you need to be doing in your different like skill sets and going back and forth, and some of the repeated steps that need to be done has kind of increased. So I think it helps with if these procs are on a bit longer, so that there's room to kind of make use of that.
あとはですね、ファイラとブリザラどうなったんだろうっていうコメント見ましたけど、ファイラとブリザラはですね、上位の魔法が登場してですね、範囲焼きのローテーションが変わります。はい。
And then Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 is going to have like a one step higher to that, so that your AoE rotation will change.
ついに魚が登場するのかって。
Oh God.
そう日本語名だとね、英語とかはね、4、5とか
番号なんですよね。
日本語だとね、どうするんだろう。これ実はですね、FF 委員会で議論をしました。どうしよう。
So you gotta understand with the Japanese names, and you may be familiar with this, like Fai turns into Faiga, Faida, or Faiga, and then we have different tiers and different suffixes that we put in the Japanese language. And once you get to a certain point, you have to start making up some of these suffixes, and we had to bring it up to the Final Fantasy brand committee and make sure that they're kosher with it, and we had to like debate about this.
だって魔法の系統を増やすってだって FF の歴史上結構重要なわけですよ。で結果、現委員長の北さんが、そこまで行くの14ぐらいだから、もうお医者さんが思い切って作っていいよって言われて。
マジか。
And you know, because the franchise is we have a long running history, and having that sort of additional tiers to these magic spells is actually a big deal, because it's kind of breaking history. But the current.
I'm waiting for
brand
Donald Duck to pop
executive,
out as an
okay,
ability.
very kind.
I'm not gonna lie about that. I'm just waiting for it.
Go a higher tier beyond what was already established is 14. So, Mr. Yoshida, I will trust it. I will trust your judgment to come up with a nice suffix.
そう言われた私、
はい。
日和りまして
そうでしょ。
日和りまして、今回ファイラの上位はハイファイラ。
わー、ひよったー。
But that made me scared on it just freaked me out at the on the flip side. So I went with high fire.
まあいずれ数字だけなんで、まあどっかで踏んでなきゃいけないですけど、今回じゃなくていいやと思って、はい、ちょっと寄りました。はい。
And I mean, one of these days, yes, we will eventually have to expand further out in our tiers, and we will have to come up with a nice sort of suffix to add on there. But this time, I think I kind of chickened out.
みんなね、いそこだったぞ吉田とかね、撮ってんなとか結構コメントあるんですよ。いいですか？でも僕がね、仮にですよ、このためにファイ行ってしたとしますよ。そしたら KR 行とかですからね、今後全部。そうね。それは困る。いいんですね、それで。
And I see comments on the Japanese side. Oh, you chickened out, Yoshida. but let me, to be fair, like if we add like say a gyo suffix and like it's by gyo, anything that's like a tier 4 or tier 5 magic is going to be like pure gyo, you know?
そうなんですよ。まあなんで今回はちょっと、私いろいろ考えまして、なるほど。そこに無難に落としておきました。
So after much thought, we have decided to settle on that.
あとはまあちょっと話を黒魔同士に戻すと、激星魔が2スタックのチャージアクションになって、で30秒でチャージするんで、これも結構腕に差が出てくるかな、使いどころって感じです。はい。
And I'm sorry, there's another charge action for Black Mage that has been added. Another charge has been added to that stack.
ゴレンマは一応言ってみたんだけど却下されました。
And then there was comments about well, what about an additional like a multiple casts, like a five consecutive casts, and I proposed the idea, but it was rejected.
まあでも黒はタイムラインに合わせていく面白さが一番面白いところだと思ってるので、そこはそのまま残した感じです。一緒に苦労していきましょう。
But with sorry, going back to what Yoshida-san said about Gekisima, that's Sharp Cast. Sorry, Sharp Cast has an additional charge now with the update. But in any case, with Black Mage, it is trying to match your different spells according to the timeline of the battle. So that challenge still remains, and I think it still sort of lives up to that.
さあ、では続いてのジョブ、赤魔同士に行こうかなと思います。はい。
Okay, next item is the Red Mage.
赤魔同士はですね、まず1個目、スコーチから、派生する新アクション。これ動画で見ていただいて。はい。
First one is a new action will be available upon execution of Scorch. I think you've noticed that in the video.
であとですね、次のバルフレア、バルフォーリー、スコーチを範囲攻撃に変更してあります。なので範囲ローテーションからも発動できるという感じになってます。
Right.
The second point is their flare.
Oh, look at those. They're AoEs now.
Available as
Verholy lives up to its name.
で、あとはですね、ちょっと防御バフの結構パーティー用のですね、はい、結構強いなと思った。それが入って割とね、
So now they'll have an attack buff and a defense buff. Yes.
Is a defensive party-wide enhancement will be added, which I think is pretty powerful. So can also help out in a support sort of way.
その名もバマジック。
バマジック。
バマジック。のが追加されてます。
今英語名調査中です。
まあもう出てるかな、大丈夫。あじゃない、バでバマジック。ごめんね、発音悪くて。バ。
Magic barrier.
英語は普通です。配りやんかい。
Oops. We were expecting something like bar magic or something like that.
That's gonna be interesting though that all of those have now become AoEs.
新魔法の追加はもちろんなんですけど、大きいのはですね、ウェポンスキルである魔法剣各種、ブラックマナー、ホワイトマナーの消費量が減ってます今回。
So with the Red Mage, there are a lot of granular changes that have updates that have been made. Of course, we have added new spells, but we have also adjusted the weapon skills and the different sort of the magic sword, the black mana and the white mana depletion amount has been reduced.
でマナフィケーションを使ったら、もうそのマナフィケーション1回分で、フルコンボまでいけるようになってるので、開幕のバーストはかなり早くなりました。はい。
And then with manification, you are able to do like one combo with it. So the burst that you can have at the start of a battle definitely is quicker.
ただまあそのままだと魔法剣の
All I hear is a lot of vert changes.
But they're good vert changes. I like it. I think they're very well done.
But that being said, if it's done as is, of course, the spell blade frequency becomes a lot. So we made it so that we adjusted the white mana and the black mana, like the increase of those two different manas.
で、なのでまあ魔法剣の頻度が上がりすぎるっていうことはまあもちろんない。ただマナフィケーション使うと一気に増えるし、まあ溢れさせることもないと思うので、こんな感じです。はい。
So hopefully this doesn't make it so that the spell blade frequency goes like way too much. But still with the manification, we do have the mana kind of filling up, and you should hopefully not waste the mana that is accumulated.
でですね、ステージによってまあ使いづらいというのと、まあ、フィードバックも多数あったので、ようやくかって言われるとは思ってるんですけど、プラスマンとアンガジマンの威力が同じになったので、移動に必要かそうじゃないかで使い分けてください。
なるほど。
はい。
And then, of course, there was quite a lot of feedback about this and mention about how it's difficult to use.
Is it that, like, listening to this, I kind of want to go back into E5S?
Very bad. Very, very bad.
I liked it.
I'd like E5S. It's not a bad fight.
I haven't done any of the Savages yet.
The potency of these two
E5S is
will become
fun.
the same.
It is fun.
他にはエンボルデンの力は120秒で
I still want to be
110秒
EAS though.
Yeah, I would like to go back and clear that.
And then Embolden, recast timer is 120 seconds, and then manification is 110. So Embolden should not have been changed.
コメントでね、なんかデプラス芸人はじゃあどうしたらいいんだよって、そんなのあれですよ、アンガジェマンのアクション入れなきゃいいんですよ。デプラスにこだわりがあるなら。
The people who are complaining about like what
I mean, it just kind of looks like this red mage is gonna have a
engaging
lot of her work.
With not a lot of
that hot
displacement.
bar.
well, if you are particular about displacement, just use displacement then.
はい。赤窓しこんな感じでございます。
So that covers the red mage.
さあ、そして、ほぼ新ジョブになった召喚師をご紹介します。はい。
And then next up is
Summoner.
I think it's
Yay!
changed to basically a new job.
Summer,
and
summer,
that is
summer,
our summoner.
my first love.
もうほ
I
ぼ
love how you
新ジョブだと
touched
すいま
this.
せん思っていただければと思います。
I love you now. I might hate
But
you
again,
later.
yeah, if you could
Wow.
look at this from a completely new perspective, it's changed quite a lot. So I think you can consider this a new job almost.
まずはというわけでジョブのメカニクスを大幅にリニューアルしております。
Of course. So that being said, significant changes to job mechanics has been made.
さらにですね、ドットが全部なくなりました。
And then all actions applying damage over time.
Wait, no! You took our dots, but why? Why?
I think they're about to explain.
No, not
Since
like
a realm
this.
reborn, a lot of people
Not
were saying
like
this is
this.
not a summoner, it's just a dot placer. And so we've removed it.
はい。そしてですね、エギではない、イフリート、ガルーダ、タイタンを召喚可能になっております。はい。
Next is able to summon Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan, not just Eggies.
ただこれですね、イフリート、ルビー、タイタン、トパーズ、ガルーダ、エメラルドと言ってですね、バンシー読んじゃいけないからね、そんな気軽にね、
なるほど
ローティンの場合ね。なんでまあそこにその力を、ね、移して出てきてるみたいなイメージだと思ってます。はい。
But that being said, these are Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, and Garuda Emerald. So we are not literally calling forth these primals, of course, because it's too dangerous in the world of 14 to be summoning primals. So the concept is we are sort of transferring their energy, so to speak, into these different sort of jewels, so to speak, and sort of calling those forth.
で、その三番神を呼ぶと、
But some people will be happy about not having to manage dots, though. It looks like they're trying to get rid of dots.
I mean, no, because scholarship has dots.
I mean, for some of the other jobs and
I mean,
stuff.
I don't know though.
Wait a minute.
Some of
For
their dot
Bard?
management is not
Did
that
they-
bad. No, they didn't remove
Venom
it.
and Windmite?
No, they didn't take away from them. They still have dots.
No, I know. I was just asking. I mean, with everything that was going on with Summoner, it could be a good thing.
まあまずやっぱり召喚師っていうイメ
Yeah,
ー
it
ジに
looks like it's moving it to
大幅に
A pure
いた
DPS.
だきました。
yeah,
So
with
this update,
more of a
we
focus
really
on their
tried
rotation.
to bring out that sort of
Yeah,
feel
so-
of a traditional summoner.
で、流れなんですけど、まあデミバハムートを召喚すると、まあ今まではデミバハムート召喚、フェニックス召喚、なんかこうダウンタイム、なんかもうひたすらルイ打つしかねえみたいな、フリンジャーみたいな状態だったのが、大きく変わります。
So, in terms of the rotation or the flow of the summoner, of course, up until now, you would have called forth the Demi Bahamut, and then it goes away, and then you call forth the Phoenix, and then you have some downtime where you're just casting Ruin or Ruin 3, or like just doing that until you've accumulated enough to summon them again.
で、デミバハムートをまず呼ぶと、属性エーテルを3つもらうので、その力を属性エーテルを使ってさっき言った イフリート、ルビー、タイタントパーズ、ガルーダ、エメラルドを召喚して、その属性の力でまず戦います。
And so with this updated flow, of course, you will call forth the Demi Bahamut, and then you will obtain this elemental property, so to speak, and then you will be able to summon Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, Garuda Emerald, and then you would fight using the elemental properties of those different summons.
で、その後フェニックスを召喚すると、フェニックスからもまた
I mean, but couldn't like Garuda put on like a wind dot? And like Ifrit put on like a burn dot?
Once you've depleted those three, and then you would call forth the Phoenix. Then you would receive again 3 elemental properties, and then you are able to summon these 3. I don't want to call them primals, but they're the summons that you can utilize those 3 elemental properties again.
で、イフリート、タイタン、ガルーダってどの順番で呼んでもいいです。で、それぞれ召喚しに付与される特徴が違うので、ボスのタイムラインに合わせて先にこれはタイタンから行こうとか、今回はイフリートにしようっていうのを考える余地としてのも入ってます。なるほど。
I mean, that does significantly change the rotation for a summoner, though.
There's no specific order that you need to call them forth. So, depending on the battle timeline, you can choose. Let's say you want to do Titan first. You can do that, or you can quickly, or you can be flexible between those 3.
で、置き換えアクションを駆使した結果、COI コン数は激減しました。
And then also part of the adjustment was to kind of consolidate some of these actions. And so the icons that are being used in your hotbar will be quite significantly condensed because these will switch out depending on the different actions that you're taking.
So what I'm basically hearing is an hour and a half for me to rework my summoner hotbar.
It's gonna be a lot of stuff crossed out.
Ooh, God, yes, it is.
A lot of debate and a lot of
you can just put them to the side as a memory.
Keep resurrection.
No, I'll put them on hotbar 8. Those would be my memory hotbar.
They do still get to keep resurrection, though.
That's the real question. Asking the real questions here.
No, that's not even a real question. It's more so it's going to go back to, do you deserve it?
You know, people
at this point.
People would be shocked with the changes, but like on top of that, having resurrection being removed, people might really get upset. So it lived by the skin of its teeth. Resurrection is still there. Physics too.
Well,
it's kind of stayed behind too.
Question is answered.
They could at least made physics more potent.
I don't understand with all these words, so let's look at it on the gameplay screen.
Oh, you're gonna play it?
Yes.
Yes. Let's see it. I'm not gonna lie, the Yoshi people are kind of elephant from a distance.
Wow.
ここでまず先にちょっとエイミラブルの話をしておいてもいいですか？はい。
And before we dive into actual gameplay,
And I see like one EG too, so it's like you see it's like it's only one EG.
ですね、今回呼べる召喚獣が増えるということで、すべての召喚獣に対してまずサイズの変更ができるようになってます。
And so, with the number of summons you can call for, we have made some adjustments. One of which is to change its display size.
ただこれあくまで自分から見た時のなので、術者というよりは周りの人がやらなきゃいけないので、それは変わってません。
But that only affects you as the person like calling forth these summons. So yeah, it only affects how you are able to view these.
でまあ今実はここにカーバンクル出てるんですけど、
はい
召喚師自身のレベルが上がっていくとここがイフリートエギになったりするんですけど、まあ僕はカーバンクルの方が可愛くて好きなのでこれエギミラクルしてありますカーバンクル。
あ、なるほど。
はい。
So of course, with the right now we see the carbuncle appearing on the screen, but you may be familiar as the player character goes up, this Eggy would turn into like an Ifrit, but then right now I like the look of carbuncle, so I have glamored it to a carbuncle.
まあでもそんなもんですか
I
ね。
mean, I'm not gonna lie, mine look like carbuncles too, so.
まあ呼びますよね。
はい。
あ
半分と出ま
まあ半分
した。
出ましたね。
So we have summoned the Demi
で
Bahamut.
ここに3つわかります？
I like the battle music.
鎖につながってますけど、
はい。
はい解放されました。でこうなるとこの3つの安心が呼べるようになります。
はい。
どれからでもいいです。
So it looks like with
And,
each
like, with that, you get the
summons.
elemental properties. I hope you can see it under the gauge. There's like 3 jewels kind of chained up, and now those have been unlocked. And so that shows that you are able to summon Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda.
で呼び出すとエーテルが付与されてカウントダウンが始まります。で2スタックのアクションが付与されているのでイフリートの技を使います。
なるほどね。
So once you call forth these elemental primals, you do get that sort of ether applied to you, and then you see that there's a 2-stack action, and so you are able to execute Ifrit's actions.
これ今のはイフリートのエーテルをもらったので、
はい。
栄唱時間が長い代わりに強力な炎の魔法が2発使える。であと突進と追撃っていう攻撃が、使えるようになります。イフリートのモードとして。はい。
And so we were looking at Ifrit's actions, but with the elemental properties or ether obtained from Ifrit, while cast time is long, it is a very powerful fire-based spell that you can cast. And then there's also like a rush sort of attack that you can do, and this is the Ifrit actions that is available.
でここはやっぱり栄唱が必要なアクションになってるので、
はい。
ギミック処理をしなきゃいけないタイミングでイフリートを呼んでしまうとロスになるので、他のものにしましょうとか動かなくていい時にイフリートを使うようにしようとかそのあたりはうまく考えていただければいい。
So this kind of ties into what we mentioned about timelines, but with Ifrit's action, one of this requires for you to cast, and it's a fairly long cast time. So say you're in some kind of fight where there's a mechanic where you have to move, then you would lose the opportunity to cast the magic. So perhaps you'd want to time it so that you don't need to move around to process some kind of mechanic, or you'd have to be pretty mindful of when you activate these.
で実際に召喚をした瞬間インスタントで召喚するんですけど登場した時に利口技を一回バーンってぶっ放してはくれます。
And then, of course, when you are calling forth these summons, it's an instant, but there is usually like a starter move that it unleashes when it's first summoned.
でまあタイタンを呼びます。
Okay, so now we're calling forth Titan.
かわいいちっちゃくしある。
I set his size to be small, so
で今タイタン
guys are small.
使えるようになったんでこっちは
おう。
So let's take a look at what Titan
挟む
do.
んですよ。
Smashing
I
through
do
the
like
sides.
that.
でこれは回数じゃなくて時間なので、もうひたすら打ちまくる。でこれはもう全部インスタントなんで移動がすごい楽です。
なるほどね。
And with Titan's moves, it's actually interesting because it's within a timed section that you can unleash unlimited numbers of times of his moves, and it's all instant. So you can move around and cast at the same time.
でガルーダを呼ぶと
Next up is Garuda.
設置型のダメージ효과を
So there's the dot.
これはもうインスタント
Sort of.
でこれも移動かなり、まあ、機動力がだから高いです。
Ooh, look at that.
But with Garuda, hers is more of like a placement damage. And this is also instant. And so you can move around as well. I think Summoner does have like a good bit of mobility.
Look at the tiny
でフェニッ
phoenix.
クスを召喚するとまた3つ
Okay, I kind of want to make my phoenix tiny now.
使っていく感じ。
And then once you've gone through that round, and then you call forth the Phoenix, you will obtain the 3 elemental properties again, and so you can utilize these elemental primals again.
ちなみにこの3つの、召喚モードは、
はい、
やっぱりそのタイムライン内で3つともそうは言っても使わないと軽く出ないので、なんかもうとりあえずタイタンだけ使ってきゃいいやみたいなやると目も当てられないことになるので、で、デミバハムート召喚と、フェニックス召喚の間にやっぱちゃんと使い切らないと、
Okay, so I do like that. It's you summon Bahamut, you get the 3 primal EG summons, and then you use them, and then you pull up Phoenix, who gives them back too.
Utilize these in the battle timeline, or else, of course, you won't be dealing very much damage at all. Like, you can't just lean towards, oh, I like using Titan only, so I'll use Titan only, or you will not be able to deal much damage at all. So whenever you do cast your Demi Bahamut and the Phoenix and the elemental properties that you attain in between those is something that you don't want to put to waste. Make sure that you are
So
utilizing
the
these,
summoner
sort of building
rotation
so that you can utilize those 3 within.
is gonna be, you know, it's gonna be like summon Bahamut, then use the elementals, summon Phoenix, and then use the elementals from there.
かなり試行錯誤
Boy, that's gonna be hell of a rotation.
いいところにね落ちたのではないかなとは思っておりますが、まあ、当然そのドットがなくなった分はね通常の栄唱火力へ全部持ってってるんで、まあちょっと機動力高いからなって思ったんですけどね、機動力の高さも売りだからな、もともとそこはちょっとやっぱりもともとね召喚が好きで使ってくれてた人ってたくさんいると思うんで、ここまで変えちゃうのはなとか、考えつつ、はいね、また結構栄唱増えるとさ、吉田黒の巻き添えにしやがってって言われたくもあんまないし、ね。
But yeah, with the summoner, there was a lot of trial and error and a lot of debates to get it to where we got it. But I think we were able to get it to a good point. Of course, with the removal of all the dots, we did try to skew back to having the summoner have their damage kind of come from the different casting of the not the spells, but like the different summons that you're bringing forth. So, and we also looked at just how mobile the summoner is, but at the same time, it is the charm of a summoner is the mobility of it. So I think we were, and there were people who were choosing the summoner because of such mobility. So that was another point where we had to rack our brains. But we didn't want to make it so that we're casting all the time either. I can already imagine the comments from players saying, "Oh my gosh, you're turning us into the mod page. Like you're kind of dragging us into this, Yoshida." So I wanted to avoid that as well.
You see how Yoshi's smiling about that? Like, yes, welcome to my world.
Next up is the healers.
まずヒーラー共通項なんですけど、各ヒーラーに新しい単体バフの付与アクションを追加しております。単体バフですね、これ。
So the first thing is new actions that apply single target buffs will be added to each healer, and emphasis on single target buffs.
でそれからですね、全体的にヒーラーの攻撃魔法の詠唱時間が短くなっております。
And then overall, we did reduce the cast time for offensive spells.
そしてですね、全ヒーラー待ってた、リミットブレイクの効果範囲がですね、50メートル拡大されました。
And then limit break
Ooh.
area
Oh,
expanded
nice.
Very nice.
Thank God.
届いてねみたいな、ナイス LB 届いてねみたいな。
Yeah, because Foscon does main white mage.
We will finally avoid situations where people are like, oh yeah, great LB, but I was not in the area of that.
で、まあ今回以前からお伝えしていたように、ヒーラーロールに関しては賢者を加えた4ジョブでピュアヒーラーに、バリアヒーラーにという、バランスになります。
But also with the healers welcoming the new Sage job, we will be splitting it up with 2 jobs being a pure healer and then 2 jobs being barrier healers.
基本攻撃魔法の詠唱時間は軒並み 1.5 秒になってます。
And then for the offensive spells, like the primary offensive spells, they're in general going to be a 1.5-second cast time, which is pretty quick.
まあアビリティがねかなり増えてきて、アビリティを使う機会が多いので、まあグローバルクールダウンにどうしても食い込んじゃってすごい気持ち悪いストレスっていうところがあったと思うので、そこを軽減するために詠唱時間を短くしてあります。
With needing to execute abilities, it tended to, or like casting tended to sort of eat into the global cooldown time.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm sure people were very frustrated, or would have been very frustrated with it. So we're hoping that by sort of reducing the cast time for basic attack spells to 1.5 seconds, that would reduce the frustration and stress.
それでは白魔導士から。
Okay, so overall, it looks like Summoner in general, their rotation got dumbed down a lot. That I mean, at glance, that's what it looks like.
All right, white mage.
見た目も特徴的なリリーを設置するという設置型の回復アクション、これ非常に便利で強力ですが追加されております。
So with the white mage, this is just a simple update, as simple can be. Let's see, it reads a functionally and visually distinct restorative field action will be added.
ピュアヒーラーに該当します。はい。
And of course, white mage will fall under that pure healer category.
ホーリーのジョイ、ホーリジャだったかなが入るんで、そいつでもリリーが咲くっていう。
なるほど。
And then a higher tier for the holy spell will be added, and so that will also contribute to the accumulation of lilies.
Lord. Oh, Lord.
And then one unfortunate news with the white mage is that fluid aura has been relieved of its duties.
Like anybody used it. I didn't.
And then another update would be Divine Benison will become a charge action.
Wow.
白魔導士に関してはもう本当に今までの操作感のまま、すんなり扱えるアップデートになってると思います。
But yeah, with the white mage, it's pretty straightforward. I think the controls will feel as it was, and it'll be a fairly smooth transition with these updates.
Yeah, I didn't think White Mage was gonna actually be touched as much.
It wasn't.
So
It really
I
wasn't.
mean, it really
It's in a
wasn't
good spot.
Yeah, it's in a really good spot. This is when everybody's waiting for Astrologian.
Astrologian, we are going to skew it more towards a pure healer.
ダイアナルセクトとノクターナルセクトを削除して基本的な回復アクションの性能をダイアナルセクトの時の効果に、変更してます。
Oh, both sex are moved.
Wait, what?
I mean, that makes
Well,
sense.
it makes sense. It's one.
Have the same effects as they would have while under diurnal sec.
So it makes sense that would be
ニュ
leaving.
ートラルセクトってアクションあるんですけど、そのニュートラルセクトの効果中のみバリアアクションが使えたりっていうことが先生術師の特徴として、あったりします。
But that being said, there is going to be an action called neutral sec, which while you're under its effects, there will be some barrier actions that you can use.
Okay.
で、あとはディビネーションの効果を変更してます。
And then we've adjusted the effects of divination.
Job quest gonna be
ディビネー
interesting.
ションによる範囲よだめ上昇バフが、カードの引き運にすげえ左右されるっていうのが、ストレスだったので、このあたり条件を見直しています。
The effects of it was really affected by the luck of the draw, so to speak. So it has been adjusted.
通常で使えるようになるって感じです。はい。
Very fitting music for the
Basically
Astrologian.
speaking, you can use it in like
Definitely.
normal
Non play.
circumstances.
で、その代わり、カードシンボルに依存する効果を持つセルフバフが付与されるようになるって感じです。
なるほ
はい。
So while you can use it at any time, what will change is that depending on the seals used, it allows for enhancements to be applied to yourself.
Oh, okay.
リドローはですね、チャージアクションじゃなくて、ドローするたびに1回使えるっていうアビリティになり、あとはマイナーアルカナにも変更が入っています。
And then redraw will no longer be a charge action, but it will be changed into an action where every time you draw, you can use it once. And then there will also be a change to minor arcana.
あとは動画にもありましたけど、回復と攻撃を結構兼ね備えた、範囲魔法が、追加されてます。
And then the other update would be, you may have seen it in the video, but there will be an AoE spell that kind of has a healing capabilities as well as an offensive element to it.
やっぱりちょっと ID 行くときに、白魔のホーリーが強すぎだろうっていうところが結構言われていたので、今回、他のヒーラーにも範囲のID 攻略しやすい、ちょっとそれぞれが特徴違うんですけど、範囲を、持たせてます。
And this is kind of based on some input that we've noticed whenever people go into instanced dungeon. Holy that the white mage can use is quite strong, and so we wanted to allow for other healer jobs to have something similar. Of course, not their characteristics differ from each of the different jobs, but we did want to have some kind of AoE spell.
議論したんですよ、ここは。本当に全員にもういっそスタンをつけるかとか。
なるほど。
いや、もちろんホーリーからスタンをなくすかとか。いや、だけどでもなんか特徴どんどん削れてくるのも違うと思うんですよね。なんか全員スタンつけるもなんかもう大雑把すぎるし。なのでそれぞれになんとか特徴を持たせて、なるほどね、こういうニュアンスねとか結構苦労したんで、それぞれ特徴が違います。はい。
This was really quite a point of debate, actually. Like, do we want to add stun to this, or do we want to remove the stun effect from Holy, but we don't want to like kill individuality either. But if we add stun to all of them, then it's it just seems to be very sloppy. So we wanted to make sure that each job had its own sort of characteristic or like a signature difference between them. So we're hoping that when players get to try it out, they would understand, oh yeah, this is the kind of nuance that you're going for.
はい、じゃあ続いていきましょう。
はい。
続いては学者になります。
はい。
Okay, next up is the scholar.
学者はですね、ここからバリアヒーラーになりますが、学者は改めてバリアヒーラーとして、設定されてます。
Okay, what did you do, scholar?
Of course, we're moving into the barrier healers now, but with the scholar,
Very
we have
fitting
sort of
music.
made adjustments so that they are leaning more towards that sort of barrier type healer.
まあ学者もですね、なんかこう大幅に変えるところがあるかと言われると、まあ多少ねペットの挙動をまた調整したりはしましたけど、まあ学者で今回一番でかいのはどうぞ戦闘時にも効果あるパーティー移動速度上昇っていうバフが渡されます。学者これが、ね、
So with
実は一番でかい。
the scholar, there wasn't really much we could have changed like significantly. I mean, we did make
Okay.
Okay. And part of it was
Party movement speed?
updating the behavior.
F's in the chat.
But I think one of the most major changes to the scholar would be
Basically,
the
they
unique
didn't do
job
much.
action that you can enhance the party's movement speed even during combat.
いやいや、当然永続じゃないんだよ。ちょっと待って、永続だともう学者必須になるやん、それ。
The buff is not continuous perpetually. if it's perpetual, then people are going to be like, no, must have scholar all the time.
そんなわけないじゃない。さっき動画でも最後ね、召喚じゃないや、学者チャチャチャって走ってたと思うんですけど、あれそこからアップしてるってこと言いたかったんです。
But you may have noticed in the video, like the scholar was running just a little faster towards the end of that job action, and that's to signify that enhancement has been applied.
まあいわゆるスプリントと同じ速度が一定時間使える。でスプリントとは重複しませんっていう感じですね。
So it's basically like sprint, where your movement speed is faster for a certain amount of time, but it will not overlap with sprint.
で他だとですね、パーティーメンバー1人を対象とした結構ね強力なバフが追加されてます。
Like, no.
Update will be a fairly powerful enhancement that can be targeted to a single party member.
でちなみに今お話ししたその移動速度上昇が付与されるのはどっちかというとサブ効果で範囲軽減のアビリティなんですね。それが学者に。でさらに移動速度が一定時間上がります。
なるほど。
And that new action that we mentioned earlier about quickening the movement speed of your party is actually like a fringe benefit of the action itself. It's actually meant to be like a damage reduction buff that applies to like a range, an area of range.
まあスプリントとは重複しないんでね。
はい。
ここは
But of course, it doesn't overlap with sprint. So.
はい。召喚もすいません。これぐらいしかお伝えすることがございません。
Sorry, that's about all we can share. That's significant for the scholar.
さあそれでは、残る1ジョブ、こちらに参りましょう。
Last but not least.
はい、賢者でございます。
Have our sage.
はい。でこちら、バリアヒーラーとして、必要な能力
And
を
that's it?
所持しております。
Right, that's it. I make you move faster. So let's talk about
All the
Sage.
actions essential for a barrier healer.
ちょっと変わっているのがですね、
はい
敵を攻撃すると同時に指定しているパーティーメンバーを回復するっていう特徴があります。
And what's really unique about the Sage is that while you're attacking an enemy, you can specify or target a party member to heal at the same time.
あ
Nice.
とは回復とか回復用のリソースと攻撃用のリソースっていうものが、まあ、今回存在してます。まあ、ジョブハート出ると思います。
Man, I was kind of feeling bad for Astro. Man, I feel more bad for Scholar right there.
Resources for healing and enhancements, as well as attack magic, as you can see in the job HUD example here.
これがですね、じゃあ、
はい
ちょっとまあ味方一人をまず指定して、メインでヒールする対象を選ぶ、でかつ敵を攻撃するとまあ対象にヒールも走るよっていう特徴があります。まず
So again, to reiterate, you would designate a party member to sort of heal, and then as you attack your enemy, then whomever you designated will receive healing.
まあカルディアっていうアクションなんですけど、それでパーティ
That's
ー
interesting.
さんとかをこう指定して、こうヒール受け持ちますみたいな状態にするって感じです。
So this is called
What?
Cardia. Oh, I'm sorry,
Hi,
Cardia, and then you would typically, I think it would work well if you specify like your main tank, off tank, as your sort of designated person to heal.
で特定のアクションを使うと一つのアクションが、単に攻撃魔法だったのが、ドット付与に切り替わったりっていうちょっと変わった動作をするものもあります。
And then there's another unique characteristic where sometimes an action that you execute might be like when you're hitting somebody, an enemy, it turns into a dot also, like a damage over time.
で時間経過で付与されるアダーガルっていうリソースを消費してインスタントバリアヒールも豊富にございます。
And then there is a resource that the Sage uses, which is the Adder's Gall, that kind of accumulates over time, so that you can execute your instant barrier heals.
あとはイカロスっていう動画でも飛んでた移動アクションがあるんで、まあ、テクニカルバリアヒーラーって感じです、イメージ。
And then in terms of like a gap closer or like a movement type action, we have Icarus. You may have noticed in the video that the Sage is kind of flying. So it's kind of positioned as a technical barrier healer.
これね、ちょっと実機でも説明難しいんだけど、一応出してみる？一応出してみるか。
So explaining this like even on the gameplay screen might be a bit complex, but I guess we should try it. Try to see it on the game screen.
Yes, please.
This is another dungeon I don't get. I like this one and I never get it.
Oi.
It's like he just pulled out a whole bunch of daggers. It's too cute.
Of course, he plays the Lala where you can't see. You have to zoom all the way in.
Just looking at this image, you can't really distinguish. Like, wait, what kind of name is this again?
この剣具の収まり方結構こだわりましたんで。
確かに。
We were very particular about how these nulas are sheathed.
結構多いっすよ、アクション。
There's quite a lot of actions available.
でまずこのカルディアっていうアクション、まあ特徴的なんですけど、これを使ってまず誰を主に回復するかっていう、まあパートナーっていう言い方だとちょっと語弊があるのかもしれないですけど、まあ指定をして く必要がある
うん。
感じです。
So, going back to Cardia, this is quite unique, and so you'll be designating whom you want to heal. It might not be fully accurate to call it partner, but I mean, you're pointing out, you're designating somebody you will be healing.
はい。今自分に貼りました。
ほい。
So it's now set to me.
で、ちょっと攻撃をしますね。
We'll try attacking.
そう攻撃と同時にヒールが走ってます。
すごい SF 感がすごいです。
So as you are attacking, because I designated myself, as I land an attack, the heal kicks in to heal me.
サウンドスタッフ的にどうですか ?SE、
Oh.
SE っていう。
Interesting.
あらやだ
Yeah, you see that?
っていうコメントが非常に。
So basically, you target someone and then you attack and you're healing.
How does it sound?
Yeah, you do it at the same
Does it sound
time.
Sci-fi enough for you?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, this would be really
That's
good.
actually
It's a
kinda
good for
cool.
tanks.
It was quite surprising when I heard it when I was doing my checks.
そしてですね、このエウクラシアというアクションを使うと技がね一気に変わったりします。今単純な攻撃魔法でしたよね。
Hi, Kirby. This target main tank DPS boss. Don't worry about auto attacks on tank. I'm gonna play Sage. Sage Astro Comp sounds good. AF. Yeah, DPS healer. I'm loving it. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at it now. Like it really would be you would target an off tank or a main tank depending on what. And probably more so main tank. And pretty much like you said, DPS the boss, and then you don't really worry about the auto attacks because you attacking is taking care of the heals that are going on.
I just need to concentrate on Astro and get back used to it.
技を変更して。
なるほど。
Now, I wonder, is there a cooldown on the targeting between them? Because with tank swaps going on, you know, I imagine that you have to swap who your target is, you know, once everything is done and said, but I wonder if there is a cooldown between the swaps. Between the main tank and the off tank.
お分かり
You see?
まあ。いいかも。まあ変わってますいろいろ。
Augmented and changed.
いや使いこなして。
You know what I'm thinking?
面白さは。
Dungeons are gonna make this say so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you got those tanks that don't want to put on cooldowns all the time type deal, that should make this a lot easier too.
ヒーラーを
I'm thinking it'll have a low recast or 3 to 10 seconds and be on a GCD. I'm hoping.
I mean, so when you are solo.
Very true.
コメントはですね、全然あれなんですよね。SE とガンダムの話しかしてないですよみんな。
For some reason.
Oh god, he said Gundam.
Oh, the sound effect, or it's like Gundam.
まあというわけで本当テクニカルバリアヒーラーちょっと今までとやっぱり本当にまた違ったタイプのヒーラーとしてなんだろう極めがいがあるというか、形になってますのでぜひですね我こそはと思う方はですね今回、まあ賢者とそれからメレン DPS にリーパーが 追加されるので、どっちも結構また新しいメカニクスを持った特徴的な処分になっているので、ぜひ、遊んでみてください。
はい、
はい。
But
あり
yeah,
がとうござい
in,
ます。あ、ごめんなさい。
in any case, the Sage is definitely a technical barrier healer, and I think there is a it's worth sort of mastering the skill set that the Sage brings to you. And then of course we have the Reaper joining the melee DPS, both having very unique mechanics and very characteristic, and very unique. So we hope that people will enjoy this and try it out when it comes out.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much。そうします
はい
第1部、
うん
ジョブ関連調整パートはこの辺でという
そうですね。はい。
So this concludes the first part of today's Letter Live, the job adjustments.
Yes.
いやいやいやいや、ここまでで第1部ですよ。
第1部です。
We're just barely done with the first part.
あと2部あんで。
あと2倍。
So we have 2 more parts after this.
大丈夫、
はい
大丈夫ですよ。
はい。
では第2部に行く
Oh my
前に、
goodness.
ここで一旦休憩にしましょう。
やった
改めて休憩を挟みたいと
All that paper he had.
ここまでいろいろご説明しましたので、ここで改めて、休憩の
So yeah, I'm looking forward to Sage. I think Sage is going to be an interesting thing to play around with and see how it works and putting it through its paces and dungeons and stuff.
今まで今の情報を改めて
Yeah, I've been kind of snooping around on the interwebs, and people are saying that.
はい。
So before going to
Yeah,
the
they're feeling like pretty much Scholar's dead. Because I mean, of course, we don't know
then
We don't know the full
the full
Changes that have
breakdown
been
of
made to the
what they're going to
Scholar.
get,
Mhm.
but I think it's just Sage is a shiny new toy, and it looks so cool.
The length
And-
of the break this time will be the 20 minutes. はい、ではよろしいでしょうか。
20-minute break,
それでは
okay.
ビデオを見ましょう。So let's check the video.
どうぞ。
So it's the shiny new toy right now,
It is.
and
Oh,
everybody's
stop
gonna
that
jump on it, and some
again.
people are either gonna take to it and be happy with it, or other people are gonna be like horrible at it and just be like, okay, I'm going back to my old job, or they're just gonna not improve.
Yeah, Kirby, hardcore scholar will still play Scholar. Like, I'm not gonna, like, not play Scholar. Like, I still adore Scholar. So I will still maintain both of the shield healers, to be honest. And like I said, we don't know the full breakdown of what it is. But, I mean, I'm still gonna play it, because it's nice to be diverse.
No, ain't nothing wrong.
I'm telling you, this mess is so beautiful.
A little piano.
It looks like it's gonna be a harder one to master.
I don't know about that. Since you don't have to keep Blood of the Dragon up,
No,
it'll
no,
be a
we're-
lot
we're
easier to
talking about-
maintain it.
We're talking about Sage.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be interesting because, like, again, it's like Sage and Reaper are the shiny new jobs. Everybody is going to go unlock them. They're going to give them a try. People are saying, "Oh, well," especially for Scholar, because they really did not say what any changes were going to be happening. But again, they said this is all we can give you for now. Okay, Scholar may not change all that much. You know, maybe they felt that it was in a good place. But we won't know until we actually get the breakdown from the people who's doing the Meteor Tour. And, you know how sometimes they, usually what they do, they'll give a breakdown, especially if it's like of their favorite job.
Mm-hmm.
And then also when we actually get our hands on said job. So it's just like, it's just like, I'll wait. like I said, even for me with Astro, I was kind of like, wonder how this is gonna go. But then they showed me pretty abilities, and I'm like all hyped now. I want pretty abilities. I want to play and press buttons
Yeah,
and figure
Scholar
out
has
what
been in a
does
good
what.
place since ARR. Like, I mean, outside of them taking, Bane away. Uh, well, no, taking away Shadow Flare. You know, Scholar hasn't really needed to be much. So, like I said, the only thing that I wanted was more so instant summons for the fairies and not having to do the, you know, delayed summons.
I mean, for me, I don't know because my scholar on my main is only level 50. I haven't honestly touched it since ARR.
I mean, it looks like whatchamacallit has changed too. Their AoE ability, damage ability, so Art of War. And again, I take it off GCD. Yeah, take it off GCD. That would be my biggest thing, is take the fairies off GCD. I do kind of see the appreciation for being in combat and having to move faster. So that at least alleviates having to use sprint for certain actions. So I can see that. Because I know there's been quite a few times in Savages where you have to pop sprint. And sometimes you pop it by accident somewhere else and it's not available. So, I mean, I feel like that's actually a nice inclusion to it. Because now the Scholar can buff you all to move faster while in combat. So, something that the Bard cannot do. So, I think that's actually nice. I mean, I'm not gonna knock Scholar yet. It's just like, it was a little lackluster as far as like its showcase and everything. But, again, we don't know the full extent of it. Stuff is still changing. So, I'm definitely still going to have Scholar leveled up. And far as Savages, until I can kind of fully flesh out Sage and see how it is, I will still be on Scholar doing shield healing. Yep.
I am excited about this dancer, the new dancer abilities. I mean, if you also look at it, White Mage didn't really get any changes either. White Mage is I have pretty much almost always been in a good place, honestly. Now it's funny to me, as far as some of the job quests, especially for Astro. I'm like, how is that gonna work? I know they said what they said.
You talking about White Mage and Stormblood? I don't even
No,
know. No,
no.
Kirby said in chat. He said the only time they were in a bad place was probably Stormblood.
Why you say that, Kirby? Oh, that's true. I forgot about that threat. Ew.
Oh, yeah, but
yeah. Yeah, they had to be careful. Pulling hate off the tapes. Be like, well, why? Here's Bard again.
I am so excited to play.
No, I was looking at the bar.
Yeah.
It's the UI and everything.
Why don't you keep it longer though? That's what it looks like. The songs are staying up a little longer.
It looks like the songs are longer, and it looks like you have to play each song to get the charms on the side to get that ability and the song, and other abilities become available, of course. Chow, chow, chow. I freaking love that. It is so pretty.
Yep, you did see 45 seconds long. Yep. I like how most of these are all in Fathom area.
I know. Look at that. Look at the colors. Even the rocks have colors. Well, as far as like vibrant.
Sam probably got more damage. Yeah, they did. They pretty much said that they buffed the sound.
Yeah.
So they got even more damage.
I heard you like damage, so we put damage and some more damage.
I like how the lilies changed too.
I like that plant, the plant over there, the healing one.
Oh yeah, the water lily is what it looks like, because it looks like the lily on the side, just made of water.
That's just so cool. That's what it seems like, Kirby. I don't know if it does any offensive damage though. And Black Mage, my new favorite job.
Yep, that's what it looks like. It looks like that. Being able to just put the lily close by and then it kind of heals everybody like the star. There's your Black Mage, Kirby.
It's just like a ball of flame just dropping on the tummy and just imploding on itself. That's gonna be interesting to learn. That's what I was wondering too, because I was just like, you doing a whole lot.
Well, I think he was saying that you were gonna have a little bit more enhanced ability as far as that's concerned. But I also think that that is also a new finisher where you will be doing, you know, ice and fire combined attack.
You're summoning.
I see. I'm loving this music. I hope this is a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Summoner is looking very good. I mean, it looks like the rotation is gonna be, you know, pretty much Bahamut, the elementals, Phoenix, the elementals, and in between, you know, when you're in your elementals, you got about 1 or 2 buttons that you're gonna be pushing to do damage as you're calling out the various elements. So, I mean, you're talking about Bahamut, 3 elemental summons, Phoenix, 3 elemental summons. So that actually looks pretty good to me.
It's about to be a 3-minute rotation.
It's gonna be a 3-minute rotation. And then you get everything back again. So yeah. But it's looking like, because we don't have the dots anymore, it's kind of looking like they're becoming more and more pure DPS with buffing going on. Because we still have Devotion and you still have Phoenix buffs.
He also still have Resurrection too, so he can still help with razors.
No, we're gonna act like that's not on my hotbar. But
Wow.
a heavy pet class. I'm very interested in how Reaper is gonna play out.
Yeah, same here.
Yep, a heavy pet class and fighting the pets all of the time and using them like the bar song. Yep.
Makes sense.
So this is
Well,
gonna
I
be
mean, it's
interesting to
in
learn
that
it.
case, that makes sense why they will be removing the dots. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, this is gonna be a definitely opportunity to especially somebody like me who likes to kind of learn everybody's classes, especially since the potential. I like to have that understanding of how each of the classes work.
Oh, Paladin when he does damage now?
Yes, I saw it. Yeah, I noticed that, and I forgot to squeal that out. But yeah, it does. It looks like it does damage.
Nice.
I already pre-ordered when you first dropped, and then I made sure my PC had it, so I have both. So, yes, a new combo after Requiem phase. So I am very, very excited. Can we release some music, Yoshi P?
Oh, speaking of music, the second half of the Shadowbringers soundtrack just got shipped. So I should have it in a
Yay!
few days.
I will
Nice.
eventually get it because I want the minion.
Yep, I got the email this afternoon and I was like, yay. So in 3 to 8 business days, I will have the soundtrack. The second part of it.
Yeah, I saw somebody show a little video of what Lena does when it interacts with the Crystal X Art minion.
Oh,
So there's an actual interaction between the two.
Cute.
Same thing with the Runar one. If you have your stolen minion now.
I've seen that one. It's only one-sided.
Yeah, it's one-sided. But, yeah, I mean, it's still an interaction. So, I mean, I eventually want to get both of them. The music is going to come first over the Runar.
Where Runa come from?
The art book.
Oh, I got that too. That's on the way.
Yeah.
Later, or whenever it gets released. But
Yeah, that's the main
I got
one
that.
used. But I'd rather have the music first before the art book. Though eventually I do want to get all the art books, but me. I'm a music lover.
I like both.
You said cool. You're gonna main play Paladin, Reaper, and Sage. I mean, clearly, I mean, I have my classes that I go to. I mean, Summoner, I'm taking through MSQ anyway because I've always been a Summoner main at heart. So that was the first class. That's a class that I always take through everything. And then of course Scholar because I raid on Scholar, and because Summoner will be leveling up, Scholar will level up with it. So, Scholar is one of the main classes that I take into raids. And, just because of the fact that I have to always do it in some order because I don't like leveling all over the place. I think once everything is max level, I mean, clearly Dancer Bard is the go-to range physical DPS for me, and then I'd like to try to get a better handle on one of the melees again. Dragoon was one of them, but Reaper sounds really nice, but again, I'm still gonna learn how all the classes work just to have a handle on how they interact with each other.
Explaining lots of new features for our X expansion and Walker. はい、ということで、ここからは第2部をお送りしていきたいと思いますが、よろしいでしょうか。
最初にですね、前半のちょっとフォローが1個あってですね、召喚師のエギミラプリの話をレベルが上がるとカーバンクルが他のエギになっていくので、姿をカーバンクルに戻したりできますよっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、ごめんなさい、あれ逆で、カーバンクルがもう全基本にいて、これにイフリートエギミラプリをしたりとか、姿を変えられます。すいません、もう召喚は何度もちょっとひっくり返してきてたんで逆に覚えてます。
Yeah, I do tend to max out all the classes.
ミラクルできます。
But that's because I always try to have an understanding of how all the
Apologies.
classes
We
work.
wanted to clarify or make a correction on something that we had mentioned in the first half, where we were talking about the summoner and the Eggy. But we mentioned earlier about how once you level up, your Eggy turns into like Ifrit and whatnot. I actually had it backwards. Apologies. It's Carbuncle is the base form, and then you can glamour it to look like Ifrit, etc. So apologies for that.
はい。
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. ではここからは第2部といたしまして、
はい
バトル関連調整をご紹介いただきたいと思います。
今までのはバトル関連調整じゃなかったんかいっていう
So
感じです。
from now on, now we want to explain
Auto adjustments.
はい。
But weren't jobs also adjustments? I guess.
Could be.
さあ行きますよ。まずは1個目どうぞ。まずレイドファインダー、霊式コンテンツのレイドファインダーのマッチングに調整が入ります。こちらです。今回ヒーラーがピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーに分かれるということで、
Ah, look at that. Parties will include, so they're forcing a barrier and a pure healer. Nice.
Ah,
So first up is
makes sense.
the Raid Finder.
You know what though? I think somebody called that earlier. I don't remember who it was, but I remember when they first did this, when they were talking about making the changes, somebody actually called that out. That it would force a barrier and a pure.
そしてですね、他はやってないです。他はどっちになってもクリアできるぐらいの難易度なので、はい。
Yeah, that's only for
Savage.
Savage.
で、ごめんいいよ。はい。
The rest, there hasn't been very much of a change. There's really not much of a need to like sort the different the other ones.
はい。
で、まあなんかちょっといくつかコメントがあるんであれなんですけど、まあ前にもこれ実は話してるんですけど、レイドファインダーやっぱりこれ以上細かく条件を割るとマッチングが伸びすぎてダメなんですよ。なので、まあこれ以上細かくであればパーティー募集を使ってください。ぜひ。はい。
I do see some comments mentioning about how they are wondering about, well, what about other sort of sorting and like categorization? But if we add more conditions to the different raid finder, like party composition algorithm, so to speak, it's going to lengthen the time it would take for a party to be matched up. So if you want to be very granular about who joins the party, it might be best to go to the party finder.
さあではそのパーティー募集の続いてアップデートのお話でございます。
Next up is updates made to the party finder.
まずパーティー募集に出すときにヒーラー枠をピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーでもちろん分割できるようになっております今回。
Oh, cool.
So of course, with the party finder too, the healer category will be split between pure and barrier healer.
でさらにですね、よくこうなんかいろいろ揉める原因にもなってたところなんですけど、参加条件にですね、今回コンプリート済みでかつ修正が今週まだ受け取ってないよっていうのを追加しました。はい。
And the second point kind of ties into some of the discourse, so to speak, or like arguments that may happen, which is in order to mitigate it. Sorry. And that is a new option for players who have yet to receive weekly completion rewards will be added to the participation conditions.
なので、もう今週断賞でい
That
い
makes
です。
sense.
助けてくださいと。今週クリア済みの方でもいいので参加くださいっていう時は、この参加条件これ入れなければ、そういうマッチングになる、募集になるって感じですね。はい。
So if people are okay with just receiving the tokens, then and they don't mind not having the weekly completion reward, then you would not need to like specify to this option.
それからですね、続いて、ジョブ数
Which
制限
I'm not gonna lie, I like that change
検索
because you know there's been times that you have
僕もよく
you know, hey,
参加するときにやってたん
there's
です
the two chests and people sneak in there.
チェックボックス入って
And you end up with a one chest because somebody's like, oh,
So search results
I thought
will
I
no
didn't get
longer
anything,
include
or I
items
got,
identified
you know,
due
I
to
didn't
the
get
one
anything out of the
player
chest,
per job
therefore
requirement.
they kind of
This
look
was
at it like they didn't get a
actually
weekly
something
completion.
that, also,
So that
got
forces
stuck
that,
on
and I
some
like
things
that.
in, some of his stroll broadcasts with this whole one player per job requirement.
以上がパーティー募集のアップデートのお知らせでした。
はい
さらに進めていこうと思います。
はい、お願いします。
So moving forward.
コンテンツ報酬のちょっと調整を行っております。それがこちらです。
We made some duty reward adjustments.
Oh, nice.
武器がドロップする討伐と
That's nice.
元々ね、武器直ドロップ
Oh,
は
very nice.
That's very
と
nice.
いうことが
Oh,
あり
good.
まして、
はい
今回、ジョブのランダムの武器1個ドロップするのは変わらず、それ以外にもう1個、開けれ
So
ば
if you don't even get your weapon that drops, you can at least roll for the weapon coffer. So that's really nice. I like that.
So trials with weapon drops will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward. What this means is, of course, with the dungeon loot, of course, when a weapon drops, it's randomized. And with so many jobs being added to the roster, of course, we will keep that original sort of direct drop, as we called it, of a weapon, but we will also add a coffer that will allow for whatever weapon of the person who opens the coffer will get as like an addition.
で、
Yes, I love that.
ページいただいて、
はい
どうぞ。まあ、3.x までの高難易度レイドの4層にも、これを全部適用していくことに今回細かく、はい、設定させてもらいました。
And so this will apply. The fourth turn of high-end
Oh,
raids
nice.
released up through 3.x will now drop a weapon coffer.
We're going
in
all
addition
the way
to
back to
the
that.
weapon reward.
Nice.
なので武器1個と、
Ah, Corps of Bahamut
チェ
too.
ストと
Applicable
でまあ
duties.
運良ければその場にいる2人が
そうですね
武器ゲット出せってなる感じですね。はい
So, because we have the weapon, the randomized weapon drop, and then the coffer, it should, if you're lucky, 2 people will be able to obtain a weapon of the weapon that they want in a particular high-end raid.
でさらに続いてどうぞ。 4.x までの高難易度レイドでドロップする防具アクセサリーが、全部チェストに直ドロだったんですけど変わります。
And the second one says, high-end raids released up through 4.x will now drop gear and accessories in the form of coffers. Originally,
Wow.
these were also like a randomized direct drop, but we're changing these to a coffer.
なので全て同じ仕様に今回統一して過去のコンテンツも改めて報酬のドロップテーブルを変えてですね、チェストを作って、まあ、同じルールでね、いけるように、しておきました。
So we tried to even out and try to make it the same across the board, and then sort of revisited the drop table of past content as well, so that we can add that sort of coffer to these different content.
That's nice.
そうですね。まあ以上がだいたいコンテンツの報酬関係の調整で、続いていきましょう。はい。ですね。HUD レイアウトに、バトル関連でさらにちょっと大きなアップデートがあります。
So we covered the different reward updates. Next up is adjustments made to the HUD.
ですね、今回トリガーバフっていう新しい呼び方をしてるんですけど、まあトリガーバフってなんだよっていうと、今までプロックって呼んでたプロックで付与されてるバフのことです。
So we will be able to identify a trigger buff, or English says conditional enhancements. So sorry. Basically, like procs that are applied.
まあまたクロマの例で恐縮なんですけど、ファイガプロックとかサンダガプロックとか、はい、で今まで、現状ではですね、バフとデバフとその他バフって3つに分離できるんですけど、今回そのプロック、トリガーバフも分離可能になるので、自分で管理して目の届きやすいところにそれだけ切り離して持っていくっていうことができるようになります。
Oh, that's helpful.
Apologies, the example is Black Mage again, but with the Fire proc and the Thunder proc, it's beneficial sometimes to separate it out from the different like buffs that you may have, just so that you have that indicator. So we are now able to split out.
That is actually very helpful.
Enhancements and feeblements, and then now we will have the proc or the conditional enhancements, where you can separate it out and then place it where you feel is best.
Right.
To give you,
Of course, conditional enhancements for me goes under the job gauge.
ジョブゲージの近くに置いて視点をそこでもう管理を固めてしまおうとかっていうのもできるし、まあ、個別にいつもの通り表示サイズを大きくしたりっていうのもできるので、ぜひ皆さんまたこだわりの UI に役立てていただければと思います。
With being able to separate out just the procs that show up or the conditional enhancements, you can, for example, place it near your job HUD or your job gauge so that you can just look to one section to identify any sort of buffs that have been applied on a proc sort of basis, or because you can adjust the elements that you have in the separated sort of display. You can also change the display size as well if you want it to be more like prominent on the screen.
はい。まあこれかなりね、もう助かる人多いんじゃないかなって見逃さないように。はい。
We're hoping that this would be very beneficial and would help people who do want to keep those like separated or keep track of them separately.
で、続いてなんですけど、グラウンドターゲットの利便性を向上させるアプリを、
Yes, please.
Next up is improved ground targeting functionality.
ですね、キャラクターコンフィグにこれ、今までの挙動の方が好きだったっていう方もいると思うので、はい、キャラクターコンフィグって選べるようにしてあります。まず設定を新たに項目追加してます。
So I'm sure people still prefer the current ways. So we made it so that it is selectable. So we basically added it as a new setting in the character configuration menu.
こちらです。言い方としてはですね、グラウンドターゲットアクションを一回押すとグラウンドターゲットマーカー出るし、はい、そのアクションボタンをもう一回押すとその置いてある場所にもう即実行されるっていう形になるんで、パッドはかなり楽なんじゃないですか。はい。
So the changes are include, let's see, press action button again to place target circle. So basically, say you wanted to activate a ground target related action. You can just press the same button again to confirm that this is where you want to place the ground target. So I think people using the controller might have a smoother time setting their ground target.
Thank you.
It'd be like me to have a macro that does it.
I don't know how to set that up, and I don't play enough classes with the tracking specifically because of how difficult it is.
It's pretty simple. It's like target to target.
All right.
I mean, I use one kind of macro, so I'm not as well versed in them. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Placing stuff. I just placed this stuff.
Sorry, one moment.
I mean, no, like before I ever learned the macro, I learned how to manually place it, which wasn't like to me. I don't have an issue with this. I do it so quick that I don't even think about it. But I know, like my Dark Knight uses a macro to play salted earth. Like healer stuff, yeah, I don't even use a macro for those. I just place them.
Yeah, so this
I've always
server
found it really time-consuming and difficult to get right.
to the media tour 2021, so he's checking if this mode is available on this version, and then 見つけました。
ちょっと待ってね、動作するかだけ
あ、なるほどね。
確認する。
And then he found something, and then now he's confirming if these are working as desired.
いや、ちょっと待って。デバッグコマンドも違うんだった。ちょっと待って。
デバッグもいいんですよ。
あ、大丈夫。ちょっと待ってよ。あ、リキャスト。あ、これリキャストリセット使えないんだ。まあ、じゃあ、ちょっと待って、ちょっと待ってよ。はいはい。じゃあ、時切ってもらって大丈夫。
じゃあゲーム画面お願いします。
キャラクターコンフィグの中の操作設定で、ターゲットの中にここにグラウンドターゲット設定っていうのがあります。で、ここにグラウンド GT アクションの有効範囲内でのみ操作可能にする。で、これはさっきパワポの2
Sir, I can't read that.
そのアクションの、グラウンドターゲットできる距離より、カーソルがもう奥へ行かないなので最も遠いところっていうのが取りやすくなる。ピッちゃって、あ、そこじゃねえ、そこじゃねえ、もっと手前ってやらなくて済む。で、それだけを、オンにしたりオフにしたりっていうのもできるし、グラウンドターゲット中に、もう一回同じアクションをしたらもうその場で実行するみたいな、これ両方分かれてるんで、
はい、
これまあ両方適用でして、
一旦訳しますか。
あ、どうぞ。失礼します。
So when you go into the configurations, and it should be under controls, I believe, but there should be a section where you can set your ground target options. So there are two that is going to be available. One is the aforementioned hitting the action button one more time will place the ground target wherever, or will confirm the placement of the ground target. And then the second one was it prevents the cursor from going beyond the ground target range. So sometimes there might be an instance where the cursor is like way in the background and you're like, oh, wait, I don't want a ground target that far back. You can set the configuration so that it stays within the bounds. And so it allows for you to get like the most optimal, like furthest distance through turning this function on.
はい、ね、英語 UI で出してあげたかったんだけど、私が間違うとあれなんでごめんなさい。ここにあります。はい。
Apologies. The UI is in Japanese. We wanted to make sure that we set the correct settings. So it's in Japanese at this time, but it will be available on this particular part of the character configuration menu.
で、この状態でもうこれ以上いかないです。わかります？
So with the ground targets kind of bound within that sort of ground targeting range, I hope you can tell, but the furthest it can go is sort of restricted. So it doesn't go too far back, like it doesn't clip into the building or whatever.
Oh, okay.
The mouse console can go further, but the ground target itself will stop at a certain point.
I like the music in the background.
これはいいです。わかりやすい。
で、この状態でもう一回アクション実行すると。
So you hit the action button again to confirm.
なのでもうこの辺適当にマウス置いといて、こんな感じ。
自動的に一番遠いところまで行ける。
まあ別にこの辺ターゲットしてても使えるけど、まあ一番遠くまで行きたかったら適当に一番遠いところして。
So of course you can place the mouse cursor where you want to
That
go
is
directly, but then if you just want to
I would say
So
that
as
is really
far as
helpful,
you
especially
can,
for Ninja.
then
One of the
Yep.
jobs
you
that
can just set the
basically
cursor
hop
to
ahead.
somewhere like close to off screen so that it automatically kind of stays within that target range, but it doesn't go
So they're
beyond
not
what is available.
all shooting and then they're not moving anywhere regardless.
Right.
黒い忍者したらコメントで「あれ襲撃がない」って書かれた。
So I tried to use the ninja here, and they've noticed something is missing.
まあなくなってはいない。
Assassinate is not gone.
なくなってはいない。
It's not
Hi.
going forward.
さあじゃあグラウンドターゲットはこんなと
はい。
ころですね。はい。
So that covers ground targeting.
じゃあグラウンドターゲットのアップデートは以上で続いていきますね。
はい
続いてはですね、パーティーメンバーの詠唱中ターゲット表示、まあこれだけを見るとなんだかわかんないと思うんで、出しちゃいましょう。
はい。
今、ごめんなさい、あゆみさん、ちょっと待って。
The healers cried in joy.
パーティーリストの中で、詠唱バーでどの敵を攻撃してるかとか、どの味方、誰を蘇生してるかっていうのが判別しやすく今回なってます。
So this is display party members target when casting, and it's kind of weird to explain it with just this header, but if you look at the check mark, it makes it easier to discern which target your allies are attacking or reviving.
まあ、例えばこの表示に出てるパーティーリストだとまあ例えば左のスクリーンだとモンスターのC 番目の、
はい、
ヘイトリストに対応しているのでその人に対して今詠唱攻撃詠唱を唱えてますよっていうのが左のスクリーン
Now to get people to actually look at their party
It'll
list.
show you
Right. Because I.
That's the next step
the person
in this master
or
plan.
target is.
Again,
So
I
in
use my
the
macro
left
to
side,
determine who,
it
to let
shows
everybody
your
know who
casting
I'm
player
raising.
as
So it's just
enemy
like,
C.
don't
So,
raise them.
whatever's on the aggro list, enemy number C, is being targeted.
で、右側ですが今、1番パーティーナンバー1番の、白魔導士がレイズをかけているのは
I guess the thing is, it's good if you're slow casting. If you have a macro or you're using swift cast and
The
raise,
screen grab on the
it's
right,
kinda like
shows that,
you still got a chance to
number one,
double
the white mage is casting
double raising.
raise to number 2, which you can see is the paladin in that party list.
ちょっと別アライアンスが厳しい。まずはパーティー。なんかいずれね考えたいと思
But
い
no,
ます。
definitely good for if you're slow casting.
Now this only applies to parties, and I'm afraid it doesn't work on alliances just yet. We'll try to think of something that would make it easier to discern, but for now it's party members.
これあれだな、ナンバー C ってなんだろうっていうのなんですけど、ヘイトリストに、
はい敵の名前が、ね、
敵の名前が出てると思うんですけど、あそこに A、B、C あるんで、それだと思ってください。はい。左のリストはだからパーティーリストメンバーじゃないですね。グレアなんで。
はい。
はい。
And so just to clarify, the one on the left is when you are attacking an enemy, so it's not necessarily your party member. As you can see, the letters should correspond to whatever enemy list that you have. Usually it's like a name and then the alphabet that follows. So it's that letter at the end.
で正直迅速魔どうなるんだろう。正直迅速魔はもうインスタントなんでどうにもならないです。ごめんなさい。
People are wondering, oh, what about Swift Cast? And, well, that's instant, so I'm sorry, there's not enough time to display who you're casting.
それをやろうとすると、誰が誰を今ターゲットしてるのかっていうのを出さなきゃいけなくなるけど、
そうですね。
ものすごい勢いでターゲット変えるんで、それはねちょっとさすがに無理ですね。はい。
That one, you would have to show like which one is being targeted very quickly. So I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to keep up with that system. So it's not applicable.
まあこれはこれでただね事故りそうなのは、
はい。
あ、もろもろ今 2の人に蘇生してるから、やべ俺かぶったから蘇生キャンセルしよう、栄称キャンセルしようって言ったら、俺も俺がキャストしたのを見てあそっちかけてくれるんだったら俺はってどっちもそうわっていうことはあるかなとは思います。
Now there, you might also have to be mindful because now you'll be able to discern like, oh, this person is casting rays on party member number 2, and say Yoshido is trying to cast rays, and then Foxclawn is also trying to cast rays, and they realize, oh wait, it's the same person. Oh, maybe I should cancel. And nobody ends up casting the rays, so you might want to be careful on that end also.
だから一度先に栄唱し始めたらガンと強い心で
So if you know you're the first one who's casting like a raise or a cure of sorts, don't be faltered. don't falter. Keep your casting.
はい、パーティーメンバーの栄唱中ターゲット表示は以上でした。はい、続いてはですね、戦闘不能時の、0% になってしまったヒットポイントバーっていうのを今回表示するようにしました。
Health bars will be displayed even when incapacitated. Nice.
Incapacitated.
ですね、これ今までヒットポイントバーを常に表示っていう状態にしてたら、まあ表示されてたんですけど、初期設定のヒットポイント減少中の場合でもこの倒れてる人のヒットポイントバーがブランクで見えるようになる。はい。
Cool.
Of course, with the health bar, you when it's set to, I believe the default is to show the health bar, but there is a. I'm sorry, it's the other way around. When you set the health bar to show all the time, then regardless how much HP is left, you will always see the health bar. But there, with the default option of only display when HP is below 100%, it doesn't necessarily show when the HP is completely gone. So with this update, whenever somebody's incapacitated, their health bar will show up as like a blank page.
これはですね、コンテンツ上でですね、キャラクターが倒れているのを見逃してしまうことがあってですね、
ありますね。
蘇生されずにみんな行ってしまった、おーいってなる。まあこれ、
Do I even have that on?
気づけないほど同化しちゃう場合はやっぱあるんで。
I know I don't. It's like too much on my screen for me.
I don't even know. I have to look.
It's still on mine because I haven't messed with that setting before.
できてないっていうのがあったりするんで、これを対応すると見やすくなるんで、ぜひ辻レイズをバンバンしてあげたりしてください。
So this was in order to combat situations where players are incapacitated during a particular content and they just lay there and nobody wants to, or nobody notices them being KO'd. And there are times where people finish a duty and they're like, okay, we're done, we're gone, and you have a party member still on the ground and wondering, oh, but raise, please, everybody go on. So we try to make it easier for people to discern
That's understandable though.
So-and-so party member who has fought valiantly but is now KO'd, so that people will notice and cast their raise.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. Sometimes you tunnel, realize the whole alliance is dead.
Oh, I've had that happen
like the other night.
Yep, like the other night. Unreal trials will be temporarily removed.
Is more of an announcement than anything, but we would like to temporarily close off or remove the Unreal trials.
っていうのもですね、まずレベル今、90のバランスをめちゃめちゃ取ってるんですよ。全体バランスを。で、そのレベル90の着地どころってギリギリまで調整するので、それからじゃないとやっぱり調整できないんですよね。過去のその バトルってなのでちょっと一回まあそのままとりあえずリバーを開けとけばっていう意見があったんだけどいやただでさえ今長いのにそうちょっとなんかいくらなんでもなんでちょっと一回封鎖をさせてください。はい。
The reason why is because with the raise the level cap, we still want to continue making adjustments to the overall balance of the different jobs, and we would like to adjust it as long as possible up until the last minute. So before we can attempt
Makes sense.
Sort of
Yeah.
updating these Unreal trials to match like the upcoming level cap, I think we still need to kind of see where our standard content kind of works out with this new level cap and the overall balance. Some of you may say just leave Leviathan open, but it's been a while. It's been a long while, so I think it's just better to close it off temporarily.
で、再開の時期としては 6.1 から、新しいゲームコンテンツに、変えて再開していこうと思います。はい。
And so we will resume, or yeah, we plan to resume.
Nope. If you haven't done any run the real trials, now's the time to get it done before Endwalker drops.
まあ、何なのか
なんでしょうね。
ある手とか、ネイさん投資とかね、いろいろ候補がございますね。はい。
There are many candidates that we would consider a certain Alta or maybe some. Yeah, many candidates we can think of.
はい。それではさらに続けて今度は帯防具いよいよ排出停止が、60迫ってまいりましたので
Belt removal.
お伝えしておきましょう。
Next up is the belt and the removal of said.
まず
No more belts. Pants falling
排
everywhere.
出停止で装備できなくなります。
Tonight at 11.
Belts will no longer be equipable or obtainable via duties and item.
All the pants of Eorzea drop to the ground
皆さんは基
simultaneously.
本的に何もしなくて大丈夫です。装備中もしくはアーマリーチェストに入っている
Only those with long
それか
shirts
らリテーナーが装備している
and
帯防具っ
tops
ていうのは全て
were saved to be
我々
modesty.
データベースを直接調整してですね、一室ずつ管理人に全て預けておきますので、リストから後ほど 6.0 リリース後に、選んで回収できるので、皆さんは特に、やることはどうしてもこれをやっといてくれみたいなのはないです。はい。
But with the discontinuation of belt equipment, there really isn't much that you need to do in preparation for it. Anything that was equipped on your character or has been in the armory chest, or if the retainer was holding on to it for you, will all be transferred over. We will be, or the developers will be handling it on the back end via the database, and we would directly update it so that it'll be given to the Calamity Salvager. So if you want to retrieve them, you can go to the Calamity Salvager and pick it out from a list and retrieve it there.
ですね、それ以外の帯防具は
AKA get all your material off of it before this happens.
Right. So literally, a couple of days before, get all the material off your crap.
Well, actually, it just says affixed material and signatures on crafted belts will remain as is. Doesn't that mean that it'll still be on the belts in case you forget?
Or signatures on crafted belts will remain.
Yeah, it will be on there, but it's just like, just remove them.
Just remove them.
Because when it goes to the Calamity Salvager, it's like, okay, well, you don't have to make a trip. I mean, either way.
I would say take it off. A ring serving as a substitute for the speed belt obtained in Eureka will be implemented.
May be wondering about the speed belt that was obtained through this.
Thank you.
That will be replaced with a substitute. A ring will be serving as a substitute for the speed belt.
まあ頑張ってね取っていただきましたんで、6.0 以降に代替品と交換可能になるので、スピードベルトは捨てずにちゃんと取っておいてください。はい。
So you can exchange it for this substitute item. I know you worked really hard to obtain the speed belt. So once 6.0 releases, you will be able to exchange it for a ring that is equivalent. So please do not throw away your speed belt.
でまとめると、
はい
帯はこうなります。6.0 ちょっと待って、左から先に出して、一気に出すとわけわかんなくなっちゃうんで、まず 6.0 前でしかできないのが、左側に並んでます。マテリア生成。だからこれ連成度100のベルトがあるならマテリア生成はしといた方がいいと思います。でマーケットの出品とか購入、あとリーブへの納品、あとグランドカンパニー、軍需品調達への納品とか、こんな、あとチェストをなんか霊式結構言ってて、帯のチェストそのまんまだったわみたいなやつは開けないともう使えなくなっちゃうので、これは気をつけてください。
So we're summarizing here. On the left side is available only before patch 6.0 or the expansion. So if you want to extract materia,
Yeah, so yeah, it's
materia
you
out of belts,
unequip your
equipment,
belts.
you can only
They
do
will
that
automatically do it
before, Endwalker is released.
when Endwalker drops.
Buying
So they
and
will
selling
automatically send
of
it to the
belts,
Calamity
putting it on the
Salvager.
market board, turning it into
But make sure you get your
leads,
material. I mean, the
etc.
material stuff they said are going to
Also
leave
belt
as is,
coffers.
but
Those
I mean,
who
I
go
would just
to
go ahead and take it
Raise
off
and
just to
realize
save
that
yourself
they
the trouble.
have belt coffers. You won't be able to use those after the expansion releases, so you might want to take care of that.
ちなみに一番下ね、中身が帯防具のみのチェストなので、
はい
帯と他が1個になってるみたいなのもあるんですけど、それは帯だけ出てこないです。でこれはもう開けられないので、帯防具のみのチェストはそこは気をつけてください。
And just a disclaimer, with these coffers, there are different types where it's just the belt equipment or a coffer that has a belt and something else. Because belts will be discontinued, coffers that only contain a belt will not even be able to be opened. It's like defunct at that point. But if it's a coffer that contains something else with a belt, only the belt will be discontinued, so you'll still get the whatever it was paired with or included in the coffer, but just not the belt.
どうしました？
ごめんね、ちょっとね、たまたまパンツ gonna fall down now.
We're seeing comments with the belts being removed, the pants are going to fall down. For sure, all the belts holding up your different pants are going to go away, huh?
そしてですね、6.0 になってからでもできること、帯防具に対してできることがこちら。つけてあったマテリアを 6.0 になってからでも回収はできます。あとショップに売却することもできます。で分解してしまうこともできますし、グランドカンパニーの希少品調達への納品は可能です。あと捨てることも可能です。
Ah, so we can at least turn them in for expert delivery still. Good. Get them points.
If you,
Right.
for example, had fixed
Hi, Mapleberry.
materia on your belt, then you can retrieve those. You can also go to shop vendors, not the market board, but the shop vendors to sell off these belts. You can also do synthesize. You can also do expert delivery, turn in. Of course, you can throw it away also.
はい。
ちょっとパンツボールからのウィーボールって書いてあって。
Singing.
シャドーブリンガーズかよってなっちゃった。
Oh.
そう
Oh my gosh, so funny.
でマーケットに出てる帯防具 6.0 前にマーケットに出てたやつはもう検索に引っかからないようになるので皆さんで取り下げをしてってください。
So whatever you had up on the market boards will not be searchable after the expansion has launched.
Ooh.
So if you had
All the belts are coming off the market board too.
The different market boards, you might want to take them down.
今 BGM シャドーブリンガーズにしたら
Change the background using the Shadowbringers.
さあここまでがベルトに関して帯防具でした。
はい。
Oh yeah, get those FC points for the expert delivery turn-ins. Downscaling values, a hot topic in the 14 community.
And oh, sorry. We looked at the game screen, and you may have already noticed some of the numbers being sort of compacted, but we want to explain the downscaling again.
まずレベル50からレベル80までの装備パラメータの上昇幅を今回ギュッと、圧縮させていただいてます。
So the difference in gear attributes from level 50 to 80 will be reduced.
さっきクライアントでも見ていただいたように敵味方自分も敵もヒットポイントの最大量とかダメージの最大値とかっていうのがギュッと一回圧縮されて小さい数字になります。
So as you saw in the game client, the HP for both the enemy as well as yourself, and the damage being dealt has been significantly compacted.
で、これに合わせてですね、調理品、薬品、マテリアの効果量もそれぞれ合わせて、デノミネーション抑えられてますので、ご了承ください。
And then potency of meals, medicine, and materia will also be reduced accordingly.
まあ、大体以前の、ファンフェスとか、新情報発表会でもお伝えしたんですけど、大体5分の1ぐらい、その攻撃とかで言えばになってると思ってください。
I think we mentioned this during the fan festivals or in the announcement showcase, but the downscaling is we're going to be downscaling it to about 1/5.
で、全て考慮した上でバランスをできるだけ維持するようには調整しております。
But of course, adjustments to maintain balance with consideration for downscaling of various items.
で正直ここようわからんっていう方も多いと思うんですけど、僕当然全コンテンツチェックをこのデノミネーションされた状態の14でも、全てのコンテンツを遊んでるっていうかプレイしてチェックしてますけど、全くなんていうの変わんないです。すぐ慣れます。
Yeah, I was watching a thing with Zeppela, and it was pretty much the same thing. They were saying pretty much like because of the downscaling values.
To grasp,
like
with just
before 6.0, anything that you need to get done unsynced is probably the best time for like mount farming and stuff like that to get it out the way now while you can.
Really doesn't change.
Because Stat Squish gonna mess that up.
Yeah, Stat Squishing will kind of affect that. So if you don't have the mounts now for stuff that can be unsynced, go do it.
So next week.
Yeah,
FC Mount Farm, let's go.
Yeah, we can do Mount Farms.
IL ご利用ししてたみたいな時はどうしてもこう上昇幅が小さくなって
I think you still need the doggos, right?
前よりは硬くなったなこいつらみたいなのはありはするけど、そのレベル90とかのコンテンツとか、まあレベル80以降の今回エンドウォーカーで実装される ID とか
Yeah, 'cause I think I only need one more Drago, and then I need to get a Memorial EX clear.
ああなるほどね、デノミしたから小さくなったなと思ったぐらいで、あとはもう何にもわからないんで、そこは本当安心していただいて大丈夫だと思います。
Of course, with the reduction of the values in some places where you just pressed on with the item level, because there is such a broad range, you might feel that some of the enemies are a little bit tougher. As in like it might take a little bit more effort to get through and deal enough damage, but looking at the content that's aimed for level 90 or anything that's beyond level 80, the instance dungeons or the trials, the primal fights, of course you'll physically see the numbers come out, and like with Fire 3, oh yeah, downscaling, I do see the numbers kind of come down, but again, you get used to it, and it's not like it's not devastating, so to speak.
なので過去のコンテンツに普通に IEL ご利用してなんだっけ、制限解除じゃなくて、
はい、
IEL のギリギリ強いやつでいった時には体感やっぱり今までよりはその伸びが抑えられてる分だけ相対的にちょっとやっぱ硬く感じたりはある、それに合わせてちょっと報酬の付け直しとかは今もまだ検討してるので、はい。ただもう本当80以降とかやってると何も変わらないです本当に。はい。
Just to reiterate, like if you do go into some of the past content and if you don't go into it unsynced, or no, if you go into it unsynced, because it has been kind of compacted, it might feel like it takes a little bit more effort to get through to some of the enemies, but again, with content that is level 80 and higher, you don't feel a difference.
でなんでやるのっていうところなんですけど、
はい、
やっぱり今まで、本当にありがたいことにここまでそのファイナルファンタジー14皆さんの応援もあって長く続けられてきて、さらにこの先もあと10年はもう全然やれるだろうと今思ってるんですけど、やっぱりまだそのあたりがわからない、その僕らもなんていうの、どこまで続けられるか勢いでって言ってた時にこうやっぱアイテムレベルの上昇によってプレイヤーが強くなるっていうことを結構こう、大きくつけてきてたところが、今このペースのままさらに進んでいくと本当にもう数字がめちゃくちゃな桁になっていき、もうバグを引き起こしたりとかヘイト管理がもう、今ですらもう破綻してたり実はするので、この先10年もまたこの成長を続けていくために一旦なんていうの、レベルの低い側をこうギュッとちょっと数字を縮めさせてもらって上のこう成長をしっかりまた作っていきたい。でこれは仮にもし14がこの先10年やったらまた8年後とか9年後とかにもう一回またデノミネーションさせてくださいっていう日が来るとは思います。なのでこれはもうどちらかというと皆さんによりさらに長い期間14を楽しんでもらうためにやらなければいけないことなので、すいません、ご理解していただけると助かります。はい。はい。
You may be wondering why we're downscaling, but looking at just how many people are joining us at this point, and we're still growing, so
I know they have gone over this like a lot of three times,
So considering
like the past
if we
3
continue
lab
at
letters,
this pace, will we be
or
able to
basically
sustain
since
ourselves,
FanFest.
in
Right.
The coming 10 years after here? And
But I think they
I don't
we
mean
didn't
any
know how
harm
long
by it.
it
It's
would
just
take. We
like
didn't know
it kind of go on for
just
like
how
10
long it would
minutes.
take to
So it's kind of like,
So
I know
with
you
the
guys
concept
have
of the item
announced this
level
since
making players
FanFest.
stronger.
Yeah,
It
but
is
you still got
Added,
come in, and there are
or
still a
if
lot of
the
newer
rate
players
at
that have
which,
come in
players become stronger,
that have
has kind
heard
of- it
a
was
lot
at an
of the
accelerated
conflicting
pace.
information.
So with the
So
numbers growing
this gives them an
very
opportunity to
large,
kind of address
and keeping at
the
this
newer
pace,
people
we will
that's
start
coming
to
in and
see
watching this for the
numbers,
first time,
kind of interfering
and getting
with
a
some of
better
the
clarification on
the
what
numbers
these
will
downscaling
look
values
ridiculous
is
with
versus
additional
the
digits.
people that were half listening during
The
FanFest
management of Alpha,
and
gets to
just
be a
heard
little
downscaling
difficult,
values
formulas
and
that work in
didn't
the background,
really
it's
look
actually
and see
already
what that
causing
actually
some trouble
meant.
with such inflated numbers. So we want to take this opportunity to kind of compact it, kind of bring it down to size, so to speak, so that we will have more room to continue growing upwards. And so we're hopeful that this will allow for us to leave room for growth.
I love her
maybe
background.
8 years down the line
I
from
will
here,
say that.
We might once again come back and say, okay, we'll need to downscale again. But again, we're trying to look into the future. We're trying to make sure that we're leaving enough room for growth so that players can continue to enjoy Final Fantasy XIV for as long as possible. So some people might be discouraged about the thought of downscaling, but please understand we are trying to do this for the betterment of the game and to make sure we're looking into the future as well.
はい。 でこのデノミネーションのさらに、続きがあってですね、人数制限解除の時どうなるのっていうところなんですけど、超える力強っていうのがかかります。
Okay.
So there's still more in terms of the downscaling. People might be wondering, so what if you go in as an undersized party? Well, when you're using an undersized party, enhanced echo will be applied.
まあこれまでにできるだけ近いバランスになるように、新しく作ったシステムなんですけど、これコンテンツの
So I wonder if that's automatic.
によってこの超える力
Probably.
自動的に強さが変わるっていうものなので。
So we're not farming for you next week, huh?
Yeah. I need to get the rest of the doggos, and I need dragons.
So it says here,
Dragons.
Echo effect will be applied to bring the difficulty balance in line with previous patches.
Oh man, this thing
And
unsynced
strength will vary
dragos.
by duty level. So basically speaking,
They'd be just like doing it the normal way.
Into the enhanced echo should allow for
Yeah, we can't unsync dragons.
matched to make it appropriate to what it
No, I'm saying next year.
originally was.
I'm not saying we will wait till next year. I'm just saying unsync dragos next year.
Yeah, it's still gonna be kind of like normal.
It's gonna be like it was like now.
ものすごい桁になってきたので、経験値も周りもデノミネーションしてます。でこれに伴って今後も数値調整が非常に厄介になってくるので、ちょっとダンジョンの道中モンスターここから
Oh wow.
出してたんですけど。
Okay, so that part I probably glanced over. What XP previously earned from standard dungeon enemies will now be earned from dungeon
And
bosses.
then with the experience points that are gained,
So basically,
through battle,
not just
become very
let me get my level and bounce out.
That's being
Right.
adjusted
Listen,
also.
look, you gotta fight the dungeon
And
bosses.
with that,
So you have to go through the
whenever you go into
whole
a
dungeon.
there are,
To get your XP.
like enemies, like mob enemies or like trash mobs that you go through. Previously, we would allow for EXP to be gained whenever you defeat each individual enemy, but we are going to be adjusting it so that when you get to the boss, the dungeon boss, that's when all of the EXP will be awarded.
プレイヤーの皆さんが損するようなことにはしてない
That
の
makes
で、
sense.
そこはご安心ください。
Mm-hmm. It's not one set of XP. It's like basically what you would get from killing the mob. It's just on the boss now.
Yep.
For the players when you're going through a dungeon, so yeah, there's no need to worry there.
むしろ ID の経験値は今回もそのデノミネーションとは別に、ARR からシャドーブリンガーズまでの、成長曲線、経験値のもらえる幅とかは全部新たにレベル90がキャップっていうところに合わせて全部またカーブを調整したので、全て複数上で遊べるぐらい結構綺麗に調整したので、はい、心配しなくても大丈夫です。
With the experience points that are gained in these different instance dungeon has been revisited. We made sure to look at the growth curve across ARR all the way through Shadowbringers, with keeping in mind that the new level cap is going to be at level 90. So we've adjusted the curve so that it is appropriate for that span and should allow for you to play with multiple jobs. So please rest assured there as well.
はい、ありがとうございます。
大丈夫ですかね。はい。
といったところで、
第2部終了。
はい、第2部はここまでとさせていただいて、もう一度、休憩を挟みたいなと思っております。So now we conclude the second phase of today's Letter Live.
でも結構終わり見えてきた。
そうですね。
はいはい、
で、ここからですね、また
Wait, is that?
20分ほど
Huh?
休憩を。
I thought we were in the second phase.
いらない。俺は10分でいい。あゆみさんどう
？10分休憩にします。
Oh, coming to the end of.
はい。では
10分で。
10分休憩になりまして、休憩
I love his pants. Look at it.
思いまして、
Sage and Reaper.
Yep, I seen those. Yeah, I seen those.
ご用意しております。一つ目は、まずファンフェス先日ありましたね。ファンフェスの思い出動画ご覧になってない方も多いと思いますので、ファンフェスの思い出動画を、ご用意しておりますのと、 あと先日、ご紹介しました料理本を紹介する動画っていうのがございまして、こちらも合わせて、ご覧いただきつつ、あとですね、最新のサントラデス・アントゥ・ドーン、
デスアンコドーン。
はい、こちらね、こちら最近リリースされましたけど、
Buy
こ
his
ちらの
CD.
MV がござい
That's
ます。
basically what he just
こちら
said.
3本合わせてご覧いただければ
Already on the way.
いいんじゃないかなということでございます。 So now we are taking a 10 minutes break now, and then we have some video. One is the memories from the last farm festival, and then introduction of the cookbook, and a new music video for our latest soundtrack, This Until Dawn. はい、それでは今から10分休憩です。So let's see you
Okay.
in 10 minutes. どうぞ。
Okay, so I think right there, we pretty much have covered everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you, everybody. It was amazing watching all the new job stuff. Definitely different. We got to see a lot of things. So we are hoping, yeah, definitely got to go to bed. But we will see you guys this Sunday as we start our journey into the last leg of closing out our Eorzea Discover Eorzea, where we will be going into Shadowbringers. But we will see you guys later. Good night.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody,
Have
for
a
good
showing
night.
up. Night. And see you all Sunday.
Yep.